So now we need, first of all, before we continue, we need to see what we have done. So one thing that we need to make sure that you need to do, make sure that you have done what? You have done a hot reload. So now I want to go to that page, and after I've clicked that one, so now in here you can see that when you come to our what, the one that we created, so the one that we created, it is the emergency medicine, the type, okay, this one, Dr. General Kihara. So make sure that you go to the backend. So before we go there, so first of all, what I need to do, I want to open up here first of all to see what we have done. Okay, so you can see it is saying no available, and we have this error, resource not found. So we need to solve that one. So we have no available dates, so then we have this consultant has no availability in the next 30 days, and then this one like that one. So now for you to be able to see the user that you created, the consultant, first of all you need to go to the Chrome. So when you come here to your browser, so there's a this place for consultants profiles. Okay, so yours, you can come here. So because you can't see them by this far, because you have not done what is verified. Okay, because we said we need the one that is verified, so make sure that is available and is verified are ticked. Okay, so that is what we need to do there. So make sure that you have that one. Now the next thing that we need to do, as you come here, you can see that there we have the one that is saying what, this one is not available. Okay, the consultants, the consultation consultants. So then you have that one for available slots. We need to update that one. So let us come to our what, to our backend here. So in our backend here, what we need to do, first of all, we need to come here in the appointments. Okay, so here in the available slots, so this one we said it is what, we're gonna pass it as a, we need to change it to what, to consultants. Okay, so this one should be consultants, so as we did in the front end. Okay, so then also I have a typo here like this. So also we're gonna come here to our services. So in our services we are using what, we're using something. So let me see what is going on here. So like that, so let us see if we have some issues. So the ones that I need to solve, so we need to do what, so there's a, so here, okay, so this one should not be end date, it should be what, like this one, so that we'll be able to do the, so this one should be what, should be end time. Okay, so this one should be end time. Okay, so that is it. So make sure that you have that one there. And also we do what, so now we need to go to our views here. So in our views here, so first of all, initially I was using the string f time, so this one, so which this one it is for converting the converts datetime object to string. Okay, but currently we are receiving a string as the datetime, so you need to make sure that use the string p. Okay, so string p, the one that converts the string from date, so string to datetime object. Okay, so make sure that you do that, and then from there, so here in the appointment slots also here. Okay, so also here make sure that you're using p, so the string p. So then from there we do what, so make sure that you're using that one. And also from there, this one should not be $sign, so this one should be what, modulus. So and also here, okay, so that we'll be able to get the correct data. So then from there, we have what, so we need also to check something, so that is date time like that. And also we need to check something, so let me do here something, so data, so data. So also you can see here we have the data from, so this one should be what, should be date from. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, also there's something I want. So in our what, appointment details here, so you can see here the cancel serializer, we are not using it here, so we need to check. Okay, when I say cancel serializer there, if it is valid like that, so that is it. And then also we need to do what, we need to change some things. Also we need to come to our where we had what, so I want where we had the stats, so the stats, so we need to where are they? Today, like that, okay. So this one we are just passing the query set, so we need to make sure that we do what, we count it, okay. We just need to count, okay. So like that, make sure that you have that one like that. So that is it. So that are the things that we needed to solve, okay. So let us come back now to our front end, and we do what, and then we do a hot reload, so that we'll be able to do what, not a hot reload, a hot restart, so that we'll be able to see. So let me grab it as it loads here, okay. So here what we're gonna do, so let us go to what, to our find care here. So then, so make sure that you do those things, so that you'll be able to see the users here, okay. So the first thing that we're gonna do, let me solve this one. Let me scroll here, emergency medicine, then we do what, we open up here. So then we do book consult appointment. So you can see now, we can see an empty part. So now we need to start working on that part, okay. So the part that we are going to work on, it is this one, okay. So then we need to come back to our what, to our code here, and we do what, we start working on that column, okay. So let me go there, and we do what, and we work on it. So now what we need to do after that one, so now we need to come here in the column. So the first thing that we want, it is the things that are here, we want them to start. So we're gonna say cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment dot what, dot start, okay. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So for our column, so here we need to do what, so here you're gonna start with the section header. So constant of what, section header. So section header like this. So then, so the title here gonna say what, gonna say select, okay, select date, like that, okay. So then we need to have the icon. So the icon here to be icons dot what, icons dot, we're gonna say icons dot calendar today. So calendar today, like that. So then from there we can save that one. So when you do a hot reload, so that you'll be able to see that one, because now we are working on our, on that part, okay. So let me show you how it looks like. So it looks like that, okay. We have that part for select date, okay. So then after we have done that, so now we need to do what, we need now to work on this part. So let me come here. So here in the select date, you can see that we have what, so this one are in the horizontal, okay. So that we want also to be scrollable, okay. So we need to work on these parts, okay. So this will be, you're gonna use sized box for this one, so that we'll be able to do what, to have them like that. So we can come here. So then we do what, so here, so in the column, so let me first of all do what, come here just below this one. So we need to have a gap. So constant of what, sized box. So sized box. So here we're gonna have what, a height. So I have gonna say up spacing. So up spacing, so up spacing dot medium, like that, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the sized box, as I said. So sized box here. So here we need to have the height. So the height of our sized box, we're gonna put it as 100, okay. So then from there we need to have the child. So the child here, because we want it to be scrollable and to be a list, so we're gonna use the list view. So the list view dot builder. So the list view dot builder. So this one is good for that. So now before we work on the item builder, so we need to come here and have the scrolling, okay. So as you saw, we were scrolling in the what, in the direction, so the horizontal, okay. So we're gonna say scroll direction. So our scroll direction here, gonna make sure that we say axis. So axis dot what, horizontal, okay. So like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the item count. So the number of the item, so item count. So this one we're gonna be what, we're gonna get it from the available dates, okay. Just need to show the available dates dot what, dot length, okay, like that. So we just get them like that. So those are the count, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is here now in the item builder. So we're gonna say context. So context, and also we need to have the index, okay. So I'm gonna name it index. So then from there we need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, you need to have the dates. Okay, so we're gonna say the final. So final date is equals to what? Our available dates. Okay, so we're gonna get it from the available dates here. Then we do what? We get the index, okay, for that date. So then from there we need to have the variable that we're gonna use for if it is selected. So we're gonna say final is selected. So is selected is equals to what? We're gonna say is selected, the selected one. So the selected date, get that what? So we need to make sure that we get if it's not equal to null, and we have the date. So date dot year. Okay, so we need to get the date dot year. So is equals to what? Is equals to the selected date. Okay, so the selected date. So we're gonna say the selected date here. So selected date. So selected date, we need to make sure it's not null here. So get the year, and also we do what? And also we're gonna get the month. So date dot month. Okay, so date dot month here. So is equals to what? Is equals to the selected. So it's equals to the selected date. So in the selected date we do what? Selected date dot what? Dot month. Okay, so and here we need to make sure it's not null. So dot month. So then, and also we need to get what? The date, the day. Okay, so we're gonna say date dot day. Okay, so date dot day is equals to what? The selected. So the selected, so we're gonna have the underscore here like that. So we're gonna say selected what? The selected date. So selected date. So the selected date, then we're gonna do what? Need to make sure it's not null. So we're gonna get what? The day. Okay, so that is it. So now we get, if it is selected, so we need to make sure that the selected date is not null. If it is not null, so we get what? The year. We're gonna make sure that we get the year there. Then we also get the month and also the day. Okay, so that's how. So that is the one that is selected. We get the data from there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to now to have the what? Now the date. So now we need to get the date key. Okay, so because this one is the key that we're gonna get now the slots available on that date. Okay, so we're gonna say final date key. So final date key is equals to what? So we're gonna say date format. So date format. So date format here. So we need to do what? We need to pass, we're gonna format it in this form. So YY, then MM. So this one should be 4. So then gonna put MM capital. Then we do what? DD small. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to do what? We're gonna say dot format. So what we need to format here is what? Our date, like that. Okay, so that is it. Now then from there we need to have the slots count. So we're gonna say final slots count for that day. So we're gonna name it slots count is equals to what? We're gonna get the slots by date. So 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 this one. Then we need to pass our date key for that day. Okay, so date. Get that date key. So then from there we need to make sure we check if it is null. So we're gonna say dot length. So now we get the length. If it is null, we just pass what? 0. Okay, so 0, like that. So that the next thing that we need to do, now we have the data that we can use to pass what? In our date. Okay, so we're gonna say return. So we're gonna return padding here. So the padding widget. So then we do what? So then here first of all we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot only. So dot only here. So we're gonna just have in the right side. Okay, because we just want them to be having that one gap between them. Okay, for every date key. So for every date key. So we're gonna say up spacing. So up spacing dot what? Medium. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to do what? So we need to put that semicolon there. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. Okay, so the child here, we need to create a date selector card, the one that we're gonna use here. So we need to go to what? To our appointment. So we need to come to our appointment here. So where are we? So here in the appointment widget. So we need to come just below this one. So then we're gonna say it to be a stateless class. So then we do what? Then we're gonna say date, not this one. We're gonna say date selector card. Okay, so the card that you saw there. So what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to pass what? We're gonna say final date time, obvious. So date time. So date time, that is the date that will be passed here, and also we're gonna have the final bool. So the bool here, if it is selected, we want to be able to track if it is selected. So then from there, we're gonna say final integer. So then we're gonna have the slots count. Okay, so for that one, so then from there, you're gonna say what? Final void callback. Okay, so the one that will be used when you tap it. Okay, void callback. So we name it what? On tap. Okay, so then from there, just pass it to what? To our constructor here. So just come here and you do what? You pass it like this. So then after we do that, now we need to save this one. So then now we need to create what? So here in the build, we don't want to pass the container, we want to pass the inkwell. So the inkwell here, because we wanted to be able to click it and do something. Okay, so on top we're gonna pass our what? We're gonna pass our on top. Okay, the callback. So on top. So that's it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border radius. So the border radius of our inkwell. So we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So dot circular. So then we're gonna say what? Up border radius. So up border radius. So up border radius dot medium. Okay, so dot medium. So then as you notice, currently I'm just using the ones that the constant that we have created, the ones that I created. So I've been improving on this one, so make sure that you practice. Okay, so at the end of the day, you need to make sure that you use this style to build your applications, not the ones that we use the in the what direct, where you say you pass the number here. It's not a good practice. Okay, so you need to learn to do what? To declare them, then you use them, so that the day that you want to change something, then you'll be able to change it in your what? In your constants, instead of going to every file. Okay, so make sure you do that. Okay, you master that one. So the child here, so the child here to be a container. So container, so the container here, we need to have the size of our container. So the width just needed to be 75. So now after we have done that, now we need to decorate, to do decoration to our container. And before we do that, we need first of all to have padding. So we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot symmetric. So then we can have horizontal. So the horizontal to be 8, and also the vertical. So the vertical, I want it to be what? To be 10. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and you do decoration. Okay, so decoration of our container. So before we continue, so let me show you how it looks like. So this container that we are working on. So when you come here, when you look at this, so this container, so this is the container that we're working on. So you'll notice that we have the Monday, that is the day, we have the date, so then we have what? We have the month, and also the number of what? Of the what? So what do we call that one? So the one that we're gonna do for what? For the slots count. Okay, for that day. Okay, so that is it. And then you notice the color. So here the color will change based on what? If it is selected. If it is selected, you can see this color is different with this one. So that is it. So let me now come back to our what? To our code. So here in our code here, we do what? So we're gonna use the box decoration. Okay, so box decoration, I say box decoration. Okay, so box decoration here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the color. Okay, so the color of our container. So this one is based off if it is selected. So if it is selected, if it is true, just use what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot primary. Okay, like that. So then the next one, it is what? If it is not, just use the what? Up colors. So we're gonna say up colors dot what? Up colors dot surface. Okay, not surface, you're gonna use background. Okay, we have the background like that. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so still in our decoration, we need to have the border radius. As you check there, you can see they are circular, our border. So we're gonna say border radius, so border radius dot circular, so border radius dot circular, so border radius, so border radius dot circular. So this one gonna use what, up radius, so up radius dot what, up border radius dot what, dot medium. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border, so the border of our container. So this one we're gonna say border all, so border dot all, so border dot all, so border dot all. Then we're gonna, this one will be based on what, if it is selected. Okay, so if it is selected here, we just use what, up colors, so up colors dot what, up colors dot primary, so dot primary. And else if it is not selected, we just say up colors dot what, up colors dot border. Okay, dot border, that one. So then from there we need to have the width, so the width will be based on what, also if it is selected. So we're gonna say if it is selected, so if it is selected here, we just pass a value of 2, else you're gonna pass a value of 1. Okay, so that is it. So now let me save this one. So then after doing that, so we need to come out of the contain of the decoration, and then we need to come here for the child. Okay, so the child here to be a column, so the column here, so the column, we're gonna do this one, we need them to be spaced evenly. Okay, so we're gonna say the things that we're gonna put here, as you saw, we had the day, the date, the month, and also the slots. We need them to be spacing to evenly. Okay, so we're gonna say main axis alignment. So in the main axis alignment, so main axis alignment, this one, so we're gonna say main axis dot what, so main axis alignment dot spaced evenly. Okay, so space evenly. So then the next one that we need to do, we want them to occupy the minimum possible size. Okay, so we're gonna say main axis size, so main axis size here, gonna do what, we're gonna say main axis size dot what, main axis size, so main axis size dot minimum. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. Okay, so the children here, we're gonna do what, so here gonna have, first of all, we need to have the text. So the text, we're gonna say what, date format, so date format. Okay, so date format, so that one comes from the Intel. So then first of all, we're gonna make sure that it is what, gonna use the EEE. Okay, so that one. So then from there we need to format that date. Okay, gonna say dot format, so dot format, we're gonna pass the date. Okay, so like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do it is to style it. So we're gonna say to style, so we're gonna use the text style. So text style here, we're gonna say the font size, so the font size, so font size here, we're gonna pass a value of 11. So then from there we need to have what, the font weight, so the font weight, so the font weight, we're gonna do what, so font weight, we're gonna say font weight dot weight of what, so font weight, so font weight dot, so font weight dot what, weight of 500. Okay, so weight of 500. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, it is the color. So the color here, gonna say what, we're gonna say if it is selected. Okay, if it is selected, so if it is selected here, gonna say what, colors dot white, so colors dot white. Then else we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say up colors dot, so up colors dot text secondary. Okay, so text secondary, so like that. So then we're gonna save that one. Okay, so let us save that one there. Then we need to have what, we need to come here below. So this one also will be a text, so we're gonna copy this one, so we need to copy this one here. So when you copy it here, you need to paste it here. So we don't need space between because we have what, because we already have the what, we already have the main axis alignment dot space evenly. Okay, so we don't need to do anything there. So then from there, the font size here, I want it to be 22. So then from there we need to have what, this one will be bold. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need also to have the height of our text. Okay, so we're gonna say height, so we're gonna say height, we're gonna use 1.0. okay, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, I'm gonna paste the other one again. So we're gonna come here and I'm gonna paste it here. So then instead of the EEE, now we need to have what, so we need to have the MMM, so like that. Okay, for the month. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, this one will be a value of what? Of 10, okay? So instead of 11. So then from there, we need to do what? Now we need to have the, just below this one, after we have those days, now we need to get the slots, okay? So the slots count, we're gonna use container here. So the container, so here we need to do what? We need to have padding first. So padding, then we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot, so dot symmetric, so dot symmetric. So then the horizontal, so the horizontal here to be what? To be 6, and also the vertical, so the vertical here will be what? So the vertical, it will be 1, okay? So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So decoration here, so the decoration to be a box decoration. So box decoration, so box decoration here we need to pass what? The color. So the color, it is based on what? If it is selected. So if it is selected here, so if it is selected, we're gonna use colors dot white 24, okay? So we're gonna use the white 24 here, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, if it is not, we just use the app colors. So app colors dot what? Primary, okay? Dot primary. Then we need to have with alpha. So we're gonna say with alpha. So then here we're gonna say what? It will be 0.1, okay? Then you multiply by 255, then you round it, okay? So you round it like this. So then after we have done that, now we need to have what? Now we need to have the border radius. So we're gonna say border radius. So we're gonna say border radius. So border radius dot what? So we're gonna say border radius dot circular, okay? So border radius, so border radius dot circular. So then here we need to pass what? Up border radius. So we're gonna say, so up border radius. So we're gonna say up border radius dot what? Small, okay? Like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, so let me first of all save this one. So now we need to have what? The child, okay? So the child here, so the child gonna come out of the box decoration. So the child here, so the child here gonna say what? So we're gonna paste that one, text, okay? So we do like that. So let me save this one first, so that we'll be able to see. So now, so we need to remove that comma there, then we're gonna save this one to arrange it, okay? So then instead of this one, so here we need to use what? For the slots, okay? So we're gonna have what? Gonna have that quote, then we're gonna do what? We're gonna pass the slots count, okay? So the slots count there. So then the text, so this one we're gonna pass what? A value of what? We're gonna pass a value of 10, okay? So then from there we need to make sure that this one is bold, okay? So we're gonna say bold. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now that is the one for what? For the that card that we saw there. So now we need to come here. So here in the what? So in the book appointment screen. So then here the child. So we need to do what? So here in the child we need to use the date selector, okay? So date selector card. So then for the date, gonna pass that date. Then if it is selected, you're gonna pass selected. For the, if the slots count, we're gonna pass the slots count, the one that we have created there. Then also we're gonna have here for on tap. So here on tap, so this one is where we change the date. So we move from there to the other. So then here, what we need to do here, we need to set the state, okay? So we're gonna set the state. We need to update what? Our selected date, okay? We're gonna say the selected date. So the selected date here. So the selected date here. So we're gonna pass what? The date that is being selected, okay? So that is it. Then from there we need to set the selected time. We're gonna make sure that we do what? We reset it, okay? If there was any, so we're gonna pass what? Null, okay? Like that. So that is it. Now we need to do what? So now we need to do a hot reload so that we'll be able to see it. So what we have built. So let me grab it. So as you can see now we have that one like that, okay? So now, so our doctor, we passed that one like this, okay? So we just took, it is Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, if you remember the way we said, okay? And then now we are picking Now if you select the next one, it becomes like that. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to, let me remove this one. So let me remove that one. So now when you come here in the interface, now we need to have these time slots. Okay, so the time slots here, as you can see, we have them like this. Okay, so I can be able, so these are just cheap with the time there, then you can be able to select it. Okay, so now we need to come back. So we need to come back to our code here, and then we do what? So now we have done that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, now we need to do what? We need to do the time what? The time selection. Okay, so we need to come here. So just come here, then we do what? So where is it? So here, just below this one, and then I'm gonna copy this one. So I'm gonna copy all of this one, so that I'm gonna come with it here. So why is it? Okay, so we need to copy this one, so just come below this one and you do what? Gonna paste it here. So then, so this one, it will be what? Date selection. So this one will be gonna set time. Okay, so we're gonna set time. So time slot. Okay, so time slot, so time slots their selection. Okay, so we need to copy this one. So then you do what? Then you come, you can just come below this one. Okay, so that is the appointment. Then we do what? So after the appointment, we're gonna do what? So now this one, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say widget. So widget here, we're gonna say what? We're gonna paste this one we copied there. So then we're gonna say this one, we're gonna pass the appointment state, appointment state. Okay, so then we're gonna name it state there. Okay, so now after we do that, we need to say if the state is what? Appointment loading. So if it is loading, so appointment loading. So if it is loading, if you are in that state, we just need to return circular progress indicator. Okay, so we're gonna say constant of what? Center. So we need to center it there. Then the child, so this one will be what? Circular progress. So circular progress indicator. Okay, like that. Then you put semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, so now the next thing that we need to do here, we need to check if they are reselected date. So if the selected date is equals to null, if it is equals to null here, we just need to return what? We need to return column. Okay, so we're gonna return column here. So then we need to put semicolon there. So then from there we do what? We need to say what? We're gonna say cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment, then we're gonna say cross axis alignment dot what? Dot start. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. Okay, so the children here, so the first thing that we're gonna do, it is the constant of what? Section header. So the section header here. So then we do what? So for the title, we're gonna say available. So available time slots. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the icon. So the icon here to be what? Icons dot access time. Okay, so access time. So that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap here. So we're gonna say constant of what? Sized box. So sized box, then we're gonna say what? It will be a height. So the height, it will be up spacing. So up spacing dot what? So up spacing dot medium. Okay, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the up card. Gonna use the up card here. So up card, this one. So the child here, it will be padding. So we're gonna say padding here. Then we do what? We need to have padding. So padding here to be constant of what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot, so edge insets dot all sides. Then we're gonna say up spacing large. Okay, so up spacing dot what? Up spacing dot large, like that. Okay, so this is when we don't have any time. So we're gonna say the child here. So the child, for our padding, we're gonna say what? To be text. So the text, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say please. Okay, so please select what? Select a date first. Okay, so select a date first, then we need to style it. So we're gonna say style. So the style here, gonna say up text styles. So up text styles. So up text styles dot what? Dot body medium. Okay, so up text. so we need to import this one. So we need to make sure that we have it here. So up text dot body medium, so body medium. So then from there we need to have the copy width. So the copy width here, we're gonna say color. So the color here it is what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Text secondary. Okay, so text secondary, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so if we have what, if it is selected, so just come out there. If you have selected time, so gonna say final slots for date. Okay, so gonna name it slots for that date. Okay, so for that date we're gonna get the slots. So we have the get slots. So get slots for what? For date selection. For date selection. So for date selected. Okay, so for date selected, for the selected what, I'm gonna say for the for selected date. Okay, so the one that makes sense. So for selected date. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to create this method, the one that's gonna be responsible for what, for getting the slots for the selected date. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So we're gonna come here on top. So here on top where we had what, this one group sort date by date. So then we're gonna do what, so this one we need to set the list. So this one we need to return the list of what, appointment. So appointment slot. So appointment slots there. So you're gonna say get slots by what, so get slots for selected what, so for selected date, like this. Then we do what, so here we need to come, we're gonna save the selected date. If the selected date it is what, if it is equals to null, we need to return an empty what, gonna return an empty list. Okay, right, that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the date key if there is one selected. So we're gonna say date format. Okay, so date format here we need to do what, we need to make sure it's YYY. So then we do what, then we do MM, then we do DD, like that. So month and date. So then we're gonna format what, our selected date. Okay, so the selected date. Okay, so the selected date, then you need to make sure it's not null. Then we do what, we close it there. Then from there we just need to get the slots. So we're gonna return, gonna say slots by date. So slots by date. So slots by date here we need to pass the date key. So the date key here, then we do what, we're gonna check if it is null, just pass what, an empty list there. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, now the next thing it is to do what, now it's to come back to our what, so we need to come back to our method here. So where are we, this one. So now we have that one. Now we have the slots for what, for that date. Okay, so then here we're gonna say if the slots for date is empty, if it is empty here, we just need to do what, we need to return. So first of all, so let me use the braces because it's going to be a long one. So we're gonna say slots, gonna return the column. So the column here, so we're gonna say what, so the column here we do what, so then, so the reason why we are doing this, sometimes you might find maybe the duration the consultant has set, it is past that one. So for that date you don't need to do it. So this one, first of all, for that date you don't want to show anything. Okay, so we need to make sure that you pass empty there. Okay, so we're gonna say what here, gonna say the cross axis alignment. So the cross axis alignment here, gonna say cross axis alignment dot what, so cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, so then from there we need to have the children. So the children here gonna do what, so this one we're gonna say, gonna pass the constant of what, section header. So section header, so section header, so the section header here, the title we're gonna say what, available. So available time slots. Okay, so available time slots. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to have the icon. So the icon here, we're gonna say what, icons dot what, icons dot access time. Okay, so access time, like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, So I'm gonna just copy this one. So I'm gonna copy all of this one, which we could have done before. So just copy all of this one. So then we come here and we do what? So just below this one, then we do what? We paste it here. So let me first of all save this one, so that we're gonna do what? So this one we're gonna say no available what? So we're gonna say no available. So no available time slots for this date. Okay, so like that. So then after we have done that, now we have that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, now if you have the time slots, now we need to do what? We need to work on them. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we need to come just below what? So below this one, so below that if, then we do what? So we're gonna return. Okay, so here we're gonna return also the column. So we're gonna return column. Okay, so we're gonna return column there, then you need to put semicolon there. Okay, so then what we need to do after that, we need to have what? We're gonna have the cross-axis alignment. So we're gonna say cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment, then we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot what? So cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so that is it. Okay, so now we need to have what? We need to have the children in our column. So we're gonna say children. So children here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the section header. Okay, so the section header, so this one, so the title here be what? Available. So available time, gonna put capital, so available time slots. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the icon. Okay, so the icon here be what? Gonna say icons dot what? Access time. Okay, access time. And then the next thing, that is the trailing. So we're gonna have the trailing like that. So this one will be a container. Okay, so the container here, we do what? We need to say what? We need to have a padding. So first of all, so we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets dot symmetric. So then we're gonna have the horizontal. So the horizontal, we're gonna say up spacing. So up spacing dot what? Small. Okay, then from there vertical. So vertical, we're gonna say 4. So vertical gonna have a value of 4 there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration of our container. So we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration. So box decoration. So then from there, we need to have what? We need to have the color. So the color, you're gonna say up colors dot what? So up colors. So up colors dot primary. Then from there, we're gonna have with alpha. So with alpha of what? Okay, we're gonna say 0.1, then you multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the border radius. So border radius here. So border radius, we're gonna say what? Border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So then here we're gonna pass up border radius. So up border radius, this one, then we do what? Dot medium. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So first of all, let me save this one so that we're gonna get organized. Okay, so now just come below our box decoration. So now we need to have the child. Okay, so the child here, so the child here to be our text. So we're gonna say text. So text here, gonna do what? So this one we're gonna say, so we're gonna source for date. So then we need to do what? We need to get the length. Okay, so dot length. Okay, so we get the length there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a space there. Then we say what? Slots. Okay, so we say slots there. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to style it. So to style it, we just say what? Up text styles. So up text styles dot what? Dot caption. So dot caption dot copy width. Then we're gonna say what? Color. So the color here to be what? To be up colors. So up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot primary. Okay, so dot primary, and then from there gonna have the font weight. So font weight, so we're gonna say font weight dot what, weight of 600. okay, so font weight, so font weight dot what, weight of 600. okay, so that is it. So now I'm gonna save that one. So then after doing that, now we need, still in the column, we need to have a gap. okay, so this one we're gonna say constant sized box. So sized box here, so this one we're gonna say what, we need to have the height. So the height here gonna say what, to be up spacing. So up spacing, so we're gonna up spacing dot what, instead of new we're gonna say dot medium. okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we're gonna use, so as you saw in that part, we had what, we had the chips, so we need to use the wrap. So we're gonna say wrap, so we need to say wrap, the wrap widget. So then from there we need to do what, we need to have the spacing. So the spacing here, we're gonna say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, dot small, and then from there we need to have also the run spacing. So the run spacing here, so the run spacing, so the run spacing here gonna say up spacing dot what, so up spacing dot small. okay, so that is it. Now the next part, it is what, we need to have the children for our wrap widget. So here for the children, so what I'm gonna do, I want to pass like this. So I'm gonna remove this one, these brackets here. So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna say slots for date, we need to map them. So slots for date, so slots for date, so slots for date, so slots for date here, then we need to map them. okay, just use the map. So the map here, so the element that we're gonna pass, it is for every slot here. okay, so for every slot we need to do what, gonna come here and we start working on it. So far now, gonna say final if it is selected. okay, if it is selected here, gonna pass what, the selected time. So gonna say selected time, so selected time here. okay, so is equals to what, is equals to that slot dot what, we get the time. okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need also now to return. So what we need to return here is the choice chip. okay, so the return, gonna say choice, so the choice chip. okay, so the choice chip, this one. So then from there for the label, so the label to be the text. okay, so there is text of the what, of that time, so slot dot time. okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to, for the selected, if it is selected, we pass what, gonna pass is selected. So the one is selected. okay, the one that is selected. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have what, also we need to have on selected when it is selected. So when it is selected, we're gonna say selected here, so just have that one there. Then what we need to do, so now we need to have what, if it is selected, so we need to come here, we need to set the state so that we'll be able to update it. So we're gonna say set state, so set state here. Then we need to do what, we need to return, gonna say selected date, so the selected date here, so the selected time, not date, so the selected time here. So we need to say is equals to what, we're gonna say it's not equals, is equals to, so is equals to selected, the one that is selected. okay, so the one that is selected, we get the slot what, the slot time. okay, so else we're gonna pass null. okay, so that is it. Now after we have done that, we need to put what, semicolon there. So then after doing that, now we need to come out of this one. So still in the what, so first of all, gonna put semicolon here, and then we do what, so we come here, so still in the choice chip, so we need to have the selected color, so the one that gonna show the selected one, so the selected color, so the selected color here will be what, up colors, so up colors dot what, so up colors dot primary, so primary, like that. Then from there we need to do what, we're gonna have the label style, so the label style, so the style that we want, we're gonna use what, the text style. So the label, we are just styling our label, so we're gonna say color, so color, we're gonna check if it is selected. okay, so if it is selected here, we just pass what colors.white. So colors.white, like that. Else you're gonna do what app colors. So app colors dot what app colors dot text primary, like that. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to have, it is what the font weight. Okay, so the font weight, so font, so the font weight, so font weight, you're gonna say font. First of all, you need to check if it is selected. So if it is selected here, we're gonna say what, we're gonna say font weight dot bold. So font weight dot bold. Okay, so else, so if it is not, just have normal. Okay, font weight, I'm gonna say font weight, so font weight, so font weight dot what norm. Okay, so like that. So that is it. Now the thing that we need to do is just to convert it to list. Okay, so here in the wrap, just need to do what to list, like that. So that is it. So let me save it, and then you do it so that you'll be able to see what we have done. So you need to check there. So make sure that yours look like that for the choice chip and other parts. Okay, so that is the part that we have worked on. So now we can do what, we can do a hot reload to see the time. Okay, so let me grab it and bring it here. Okay, so like that. So as you can see, it looks like that. Okay, so then from there, so then let us see whether if we select what, so we need to do what, so let me see. So if you select the other one, you can see it has this time. Okay, so the time will range from 9 to 12:30. Okay, so the Monday you're gonna be this one to that one, Tuesday, like that. Okay, so now after you have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, now the next part, first of all, we're gonna remove this one first. So then we need to come here in the interface. So we need to do what, let me show you. So we're gonna come here. So we have this part for duration, for selecting the duration. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let us come back to our what, so to our code here. So we need to design that one. Okay, so that one we're gonna name it what, so we need to come here. So in our what here, so we're gonna copy this one. Okay, so we're gonna come here and do what, come here and paste it here. So instead of the time slots, so the next one is what, for duration. Okay, so we're gonna come here and you do what, duration. So how long do you want to have it? Okay, so duration, so duration section. Okay, so we're gonna copy this one. Okay, so then we can come here, just come here below this one. So the duration section, we're gonna say widget. So widget, then you're gonna paste that one there. So we need to paste it. So then we do what, so this one we're gonna accept the, so this for duration we don't need to pass the appointment state, because we just need to have the time to select the time. Okay, so we just need to return, I'm gonna say return. So what we need to return here is a column. Okay, so the column here we do what, so first of all we need to put semicolon there, and then we do what, now we need to come here and we say what, first of all we need to have the cross-axis alignment. So we want it to start, so we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot what, so cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, the constant of what, not the constant, we're gonna have the children. So the children here, so we need to have the constant of the section header, constant. So constant of what, section header. So the section header here, gonna say what, the duration. So duration, then from there you're gonna say what, icon. So icon, so the icon here gonna say what, icons dot what, icons dot timer, like that. Okay, so icons dot timer. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap. So just come here and you do what, constant of what, sized box. so sized box. So here we need to have the height. Okay, so we're gonna say up spacing dot what, so up spacing, so we're gonna say up spacing. Okay, up spacing dot, so we're gonna say up spacing dot medium, so medium like that. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a row. Okay, we're gonna have the duration chips. Okay, so we're gonna use the expanded widget. Okay, so the expanded widget here. So then after you have done that, now the next thing that we need to do for the child here, we'll be using a duration chip. So because we're gonna use it multiple times here, so we need to come what, we're gonna come to our appointment widgets. So we're gonna come here to our appointment widgets. So then after you have done that, we can come here below. So we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say this one will be a stateless widget, so it will be st. So the stateless widget here, we're gonna name it what, duration. So we're gonna say duration chip. Okay, so that is it. So now, so the thing that we need to pass in this one, it is what, the duration. So final integer, so final integer of what, we're gonna say duration like that. Then from there, you're gonna say final bool. So bool is selected. Okay, so it's selected like this. So then also you're gonna say final the void callback. So we're gonna say the callback, so final void callback. So that one you're gonna name it on top. Okay, like that. So then we need to pass them to our constructor. So just come here and you do what, then you initialize them there. Okay, so then I'm gonna save them, so like that. Okay, so now what we need to return here is what, we just need to return the inkwell. Okay, because we want it to be clickable, so that we'll be able to select it. Okay, so the chip that you saw there. So then here we need to do what, so we're gonna have the on top. So when it is tapped here, we're gonna say what, on top, gonna pass our on top there. So then the next thing that we need to have, it is the border radius. So border radius here to be border radius to circular. So border radius dot what, so border radius dot circular. So the radius, you're gonna say up border radius, so up border radius dot what, medium. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So the child here, it will be a container. Okay, so we're gonna say container. So the container here, what we need to do, we need to have the padding first. So padding here to be what, to be a const, so constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets dot symmetric. Okay, so dot symmetric. So now, so the symmetric here, so we need to have what, we need to have the vertical. So just need to have the vertical side. So we're gonna say up spacing. So up spacing dot what, we want to use the medium like that. Okay, so that is it. So now let me save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do here in the container, we need to have the decoration. Okay, so to decorate it, so decoration here, we're gonna say box decoration. So we want to decorate it based on what, if it is selected. So the color, so we're gonna say if it is selected. So if selected here, if it is selected here, just need to say what, up colors. So up colors dot what, primary. Okay, like that. So else we're gonna do what, so up colors, else we're gonna say up colors dot background. Okay, so up colors dot background, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border radius. So the border radius, so border radius, we're gonna say border radius dot, so border radius, so border radius dot circular. So then you're gonna pass the up radius, so up border radius, then you're gonna say what, medium. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So the child in our container here, so we're gonna say the child. So child here, so it will be a text. So we're gonna say text widget here. So then we're gonna put what, $sign, then we're gonna say duration. So duration, then we're gonna say min. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, it is to style it. So we're gonna say text align. So text align here, we want it to be in the center. So text align, so text align dot what, dot center. Okay, so then the next thing it is to style it. So to style it here, we're gonna say what? Text style. So text style. Okay, so then here we need to have the font weight. So the font weight here we do what? We're gonna say font weight dot bold. Okay, so we're gonna say font weight. So font weight dot bold. So dot bold. Okay, like that. Then from there we gonna have the color. So the color, you're gonna check if it is selected. Okay, so if it is selected here, so if it is selected, we're gonna pass the colors dot what? Colors dot white. Else we're gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? So up colors. So up colors dot, gonna say text primary. Okay, so text primary. So then we're gonna save that one. So now then we need to use it in our what? In our widget here. So the child here we can do what? We're gonna pass duration, our duration chip. Okay, so our duration chip there. So then the duration, so this one we're gonna pass a value of 30. So then from there, if it is selected, we're gonna pass the selected duration. So our selected duration, here to be what? We're gonna equate it to that. Okay, so then from there on top, when it is tapped here, we need to do what? So here we need to set the state, so we need to update it. Okay, so we're gonna say set state. So set state here, so here gonna pass what? We need to pass the selected duration. So the selected duration, so select duration here to be what? It will be that. Okay, so that is it. So now after that one, let me save this one. So I just need to copy this one multiple times. So we're gonna say Ctrl+C, then you're gonna come here, then you need to do what? So we need to have the gap. So we're gonna say constant sized box. So sized box, so because it's a row, we're gonna use the width. So the width here, gonna do what? We're gonna say up spacing. So up spacing, dot what? Dot medium. Okay, dot medium there. Then we're gonna do what? We're gonna paste this one here. So then from there we can do what? So instead of 30 minutes, this one we're gonna pass what? A value of 45. And also for the selected, we're gonna pass what? A value of 45. Okay, so we're gonna say 45, and also this one you need to make sure it's 45. So and also here you need to do what? We need to make sure it's 45. Okay, so that is it. So now I'm gonna copy this one also. So this one, so we're gonna copy it, then I'm gonna come here below and I'm gonna paste it here. So we do what? So now we need to make sure that what? This one it's not 44, so we're gonna change that one. So this one will be 60, and also this one will be 60 also, and also this one will be 60. Okay, so that is it. So now this one, it should be 45. So 45. So that is it. Now we need to come back here. So this one should not have anything in it. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, we can do the hot reload so that you'll be able to see it. So we're gonna say hot reload there. So then we have an error. So build duration section. So we need to make sure that we have a gap here so that it will be what? So make sure that we do that. So then we need to do a hot reload. So we do like this. So then after we have done that, we need to do what? I'm gonna grab it so that we'll be able to do what? To see what we have done. So let me grab it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to scroll. So let me scroll. You can see it looks like that. Okay, so if you select them, you can change them. And also this one I forgot to show you here. Then we have this, the tick, then that one. Okay, so that is it. So that's how we're gonna select them. Okay, so then after you have done that, so let me remove this one. Now we need to do what? We need to come here. As you can see, we have the reason. So the reason field. Okay, so we need to to create that one. So let me come back here. So the reason field, so we're gonna do what? So we need to come back here. So then we're gonna copy this one. So then you're gonna come here and you do what? You're gonna paste it here below. So then here, instead of build reason, so build duration, so section, so this one will be what? Gonna say build reason field. Okay, so reason field, so the reason for going. So we're gonna copy this one. So then I'm gonna come here. So just need to come here. So then we're gonna say what? So it will be a widget. So widget, then we're gonna paste it here. So then we're gonna do what? So we need to have the, so then we're gonna say this one, it will be what? We're gonna return what? We need to return the column. So we're gonna return column. So we're gonna say column. So here for the column we need to put semicolon. Then we need to do what? We're gonna have the cross-axis alignment first. So cross-axis alignment. So then we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot what? So cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So now we need to have the children. So the children here, we're gonna do what? So this one, first of all, we're gonna have the section header. So we're gonna say constant of what? Section header. So then the title here to be what? Reason for visit. Okay, like that. So gonna put this one as capital. So reason for visit. So then also we need to have what? The icon. So we're gonna say icon here. So we're gonna say what? Icons dot medical services. Okay, so medical services. So then after you have done that, now we need to have what? So we need to come here and do what? And have a gap. So we're gonna say constant of what? Sized box. So sized box here, we need to do what? We're gonna say the height. So the height here to be up spacing. So up spacing dot medium. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do here, we're gonna have the text field. So which we're gonna use our custom. So custom text. So we had the custom text field. So now for the controller, we're gonna pass our reason controller. Okay, so then for the label, so the label here to be what? So the label, we can say, so this one we can put reason for visit. So reason for visit. Okay, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the hint text. Okay, so the hint text here to be what? We're gonna say eg. So eg, then we're gonna have that comma, then we're gonna say general. So general checkup. So we're gonna say general checkup, or even a follow-up. So follow-up, like that. Okay, so then the maximum lines, so we're gonna say maximum lines here. So this one would be 2, and also we need to have the validator. So the validator here, so the validator here, gonna get that value that is passed there. Then we need to do what? We need to check. So if the value is equals to null, or if the value is empty. So if the value is empty, we need to make sure that we do what? We tell them to return. So we're gonna say please. So please provide. So please provide a reason for visit. Okay, like that. So then we put semicolon. Then else we just need to do what? We need to return null. Okay, return null. Okay, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now I need to copy this one also, so that we can have for what? For the notes field. Okay, so just come here and we do what? Gonna copy this one and just come here and paste it here. So then after pasting that one here, so now we need to do what? So this one will be the notes. Okay, so we're gonna come up to here, then we say the notes field. Okay, so then after we do that, so for the title here to be what? Additional notes. So we're gonna say additional. So additional what? Additional notes. So even though this one we're gonna put it as what? So we're gonna say additional notes, then we're gonna put it as optional. Okay, so optional, like that. So that is it. So then this one will be icons.notes, like that. So then from there, so for the controller here to be what, our notes controller. Okay, so then here for the hint text, we're gonna say what, any additional. So we're gonna come here and we do what, gonna say any. So any additional what, any additional information. Okay, so like that. So now after we do that, the maximum lines here gonna pass 3. So then also we're gonna remove this one, the validator. We don't need to validate anything there. So like that. So then from there I'm gonna copy this one. Okay, so then we need to come where, we need to come here. So then I'm gonna paste it here, and then we need also to copy this space here. So then we're gonna come just below this one, gonna paste it there. Then we need to pass here as a method, like that. Okay, so then from there we need to do what, we need to do a hot reload, so that we'll be able to see what we have done so far. Okay, so it looks like this. So let us scroll and see if you have those sections here. So you have this one for general checkup, that one, and also you have what, the addition. Okay, so make sure that you have it like that. Okay, so now let me remove that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have the what, the book appointment. Okay, so we have that one for book appointment. So let us come back. So let us come back to our code and we create that one. So just need to do what, just need to come here. So we're gonna have our gap there. Then we're gonna say what, so this one we're gonna build, so build book appointment. Okay, book button, not appointment. So book button. So then we're gonna pass the state there because we want to have the state. Okay, so then what we're gonna do here, so we're gonna come just below this one. So we can just put it anywhere, so even though it's good to have them organized. So we're gonna say widget. So widget here gonna say build. So build what, build book button, like that. Then we need to pass the appointment state. So we're gonna say appointment state here. Then we're gonna name it state, like that. Then from there we need to have what, so first of all we need to have the flag that gonna track if it is loading. So we're gonna say final is loading. So if it is loading here, you're gonna say state is what, it's appointment loading. So appointment loading, like that. Then we're gonna say what, here we need to return the sized box. So we're gonna say sized box. So that is what we need to return here. So you put semicolon here, then you do what, so then you need to come here and we do what, so now after we have done that, so now we need to do what, so now we need to make sure that we do what, so we need to have the height. So the height here, it will be value of what, 56. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So because it's a button, we're gonna use the elevated button. So elevated button. So then on pressed here, so we're gonna check if it is loading. So if it is loading, automatically you just need to pass null. So but if it is not, we need to have what, the method that gonna book the appointment. Okay, so the one that gonna send the data to the backend. So we're gonna say book appointment. Okay, so that is it. So now we're gonna work on that one. So before we work on that one, we need first of all to have the child. So here the child, we're gonna check if it is loading. Okay, so if it is loading, just need to have what, the circular progress indicator. Okay, so we're gonna say sized box. So we're gonna say sized box. So sized box here, we do what, now we need to have the height. So the height here gonna pass a value of what, of 20. And also we need to do what, then we need to have the width. So the width here, it will be what, a value of 20. And then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So the child here, it will be what, circular progress indicator. So circular progress indicator. So circular progress indicator. Then we can have the stroke width. So how wide it is. So we're gonna say what, we're gonna have the value of 2. So then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna have the value color. So the value color here, so the value color, So this one gonna say always what, always stopped animation. So always stopped animation. The color here gonna pass colors dot, so colors dot white. Okay, so like that. Then we need to make sure that we have the type here, so which is gonna choose what, it is a color. So that is it. So now after doing that, let me save this one. So then else, so else here, so after, if it is not loading, so now we need to have what, we're gonna have a text. Okay, so text here gonna say what, book, so book appointment. Okay, book appointment, and then now we need to style it. So we're gonna come here, so let me save this one first. So we're gonna say what, so this one, what we need to do here, we need to style this button. So we need to say style. So the style here gonna say what, we're gonna say the elevated button. So elevated button here, we do what, dot style from. So dot style from here, then we need to have the background color. So we need to have the background color. So background color, this one. So this one gonna say up colors. So up colors here. So we're gonna say up colors dot. So up colors dot what, we need to use the primary. Okay, so the primary, and also from there we need to have the foreground color. So the foreground color, so this one we're gonna use the white. So colors dot white, like that. Then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, it is the shape. So the shape here, so the shape of our button, so this one we're gonna say what, to be the rounded rectangle. So rounded what, rounded, so we're gonna say rounded what, rounded, so rounded rectangle border. So then here we need to have the border radius. So border radius, so we're gonna say border radius dot what, so border radius dot circle. Okay, so border radius, so border radius dot circular. So then we're gonna say up border radius, so up border radius dot what, medium. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what, so now we need to create this method for booking appointment. Okay, so we're gonna come here, so we're gonna say void, so void, then we're gonna say what, book appointment. So book appointment. Okay, so book appointment, like that. So book appointment, like that. Then from there we need to have the body. Okay, and before we do that, let us first of all save this one, so that we'll be able to do it. So we have an error. So where is it? Yeah, so we need to have a comma here. Okay, so make sure that you have that comma, and then you do what. So do we have any other error? So let us check. Oh yeah, here. So this one should not be that one, so that one should be like that. Okay, so then from there you can save it. So we're gonna save it. So then in this one, it's complaining that we should move it to the end, so we're gonna move it like that, so that it will stop complaining. Okay, so then from there, so now we need to work on this method. So this one is the one that's gonna send the data to the backend. So as usual, we need to get the data that is passed here to our form. So we're gonna say if, so if, then we're gonna say if the form key, so if the form key here, the current state, we get the current state here, we need to make sure it's not null. So we're gonna validate. If it is not valid, just need to return. Okay, it's nothing you can do there. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check for the things that have been passed. Okay, so if the selected date, here, so if the selected date is equals to null, if it is equals to null, here we do what, we need to come here and have a message. So we're gonna say scaffold. So we're gonna say scaffold messenger. So scaffold messenger. So scaffold messenger dot what, dot of context. Okay, so then from there, dot of context, then we need to do what, show snack bar. Okay, show snack bar. So then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say constant of what, snack bar. So snack bar, like that. So then the content here gonna do what? We're gonna pass it as a text. So text, we're gonna say what? Please. So please do what? So please select a what? So please select a date. So like that. Then from there we need to do what? So just outside that one we need to return, okay, like that. So that is it. So and also we're gonna put that one. So the return should not be here. So if it is there, we don't need to show the snack bar, just need to return, okay. So we're gonna paste it here. So then from there, so I've just saved that one. So now then from there we're gonna check for what? For selected time, okay. So we're gonna copy this one. So then we're gonna come here below and I'm gonna paste it there. So this one, it is for what? Now for the selected time, okay. So we need to make sure that these are selected, okay. So like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so the others we do them in the form. So we're gonna pass them to what? Now to our what do we call it? Our so to our event, okay. So we're gonna say context. So context dot read. So then we're gonna say appointment block. So appointment block here. Then we're gonna do what? Then we need to add, okay. So we need to add the event. So we're gonna say create what? So create appointment. So create appointment event. So then from there we need to have what? The consultant ID. We're gonna get it from what? From the widget. So we're gonna say widget dot what? Consultant ID, okay. So then the appointment type. So this one we're gonna pass the selected what? The selected type, okay, like that. Then for the scheduled date, so the scheduled date we're gonna pass what? Our selected. So selected date. So this one, and we need to make sure that it's not null, okay. So then from there the scheduled date, so the scheduled time, gonna pass what? Our selected what? Selected time, okay. So selected time, like that. Then we need to make sure it's not null. So then from there, the reason for visit, gonna pass our reason for visit controller. Then we need to get the text, okay, the text that is passed there. Then we need to have the patients. So the patient's notes. So then you're gonna say notes dot what? Notes dot controller. So notes controller dot what? Dot text, okay. So then from there we do what? We put semicolon there. So that is it. So now we need to do what? We're gonna pass it like that, okay. So then from there we need to check something. I want to check something. So did we have the part for, so here we have the the appointment type section, okay. So now we need to do a hot reload, and then we're gonna try to do what? We're gonna try to send the data to the backend to see if it will go, okay. So let me come here, let me grab it like that, okay. So now we need to do what? To try. So now what we're gonna do, so the appointment type, we're gonna pass a video. Then we can book this date on Tuesday 18th November, and then we can have the minutes of 60. So then the reason, so now the reason we're gonna say general. So we're gonna say general checkup, okay. So we're gonna say general checkup, okay. So checkup like that. And also we can pass any additional information. So we can say I'm okay now, like that. So then we do what? We book the appointment, okay. So we have an issue with the server, so we need to handle that one. So let me remove this one first. So let us see the error where it is coming from. So when you come to the terminal, you can realize we have this issue for the from ISO format. So it simply means there is an issue with what? With the date that we're passing there, okay. So the time, so date time there, okay. So now we need to come back, we need to come to our backend. So make sure that you come to the the models. So in the models here, the scheduled time we passed as a date time field, as a date field, which it should not be that one. It should be what? Our time field. Okay, so make sure that you do that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our terminal. So to our terminal, then we need to make some few migrations. So we're gonna first of all close that one. So then we're gonna say Python, so manage.py, make migrations, consultation. Okay, so consultations there. Then we need to do what? We need to migrate. Okay, so Python manage.py migrate. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now we need to run our server again. So then after we do that, now we need to do what? So before we go to the next thing, I need to do some few changes in our front end. So let us come to our front end here. So then we need to do what? I need to do what? First of all, where is our, that's the one that we are sending the data with. So gonna come here. So where are we passing our method for sending the data to the backend? So we are passing it somewhere. So let us see here. Okay, so in the consultant event, so we have the duration. So we need to pass the duration here. We didn't pass it, so we need to have the duration. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say, because if you don't have that one, so we're gonna say duration. So duration minutes. So we're gonna pass what? The selected duration. Okay, so the one, the selected duration, like that. Okay, so then also we need to go to our BLoC here. So in our BLoC, so where we are creating the onload, on get, on create. Okay, so this one. So here we can have just can just put here with, even though we have it, we can just put it there, even though it won't have any impact. So we can just remove it because already we have the other part. Okay, so then after that we can do a hot restart, so that we'll be able to send the data to the backend. And after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, I need to come back to our so what we need to do, first of all, like, I want to dispose the controllers. As usual, we're gonna do what? Gonna come here. You need to make sure that when you're not using the controllers, you do what? You dispose them. Okay, leaving them without disposing them, which it is not good. Okay, you can just come, I need to come to the end of this file, so but still in that class. So we're gonna come here, so we're gonna say what? Dispose. Okay, so the dispose, so dispose, so this one. So what we need to do here, we need to dispose our what? Our controller, so our reason controller. So reason controller dot what? Dot dispose. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to have what? The nodes controller. So the nodes controller dot what? Dispose, like that, like that. Okay, so let us do a hot restart, and then we do what? Then we test, we see whether we'll be able to send the data to the backend. So let me grab it. So let us do what? So let me go to that screen. So we find care there. Can just look for emergency. So emergency medicine here. So then we're gonna open this doctor. So then we need to click here for booking, and then from there we can just do what? We're gonna pass a video call. Then we're gonna select from 9:30. Then we're gonna select a minutes for 60. So then we also need to have the reason for visit. So we're gonna say general checkup. So general checkup. So general checkup there. So then also we're gonna have some additional notes. I'm gonna say I'm okay now. I'm okay now. Then we need to do what? To send that data. So we have an issue also, so we need to solve that one. So let me remove that one first. So now let us check the error. So the error when you go to our terminal here, so let us see. So it is complaining about the consolation. So we have a typo there. So let us go to the backend. So here in the backend we do what? So here we need to come to our serializers. So to our serializers here, then we're gonna look for that one. So I'm gonna say consolation, okay. So we have this one. So this one should be what? So we need to rename this one to consultation, okay. Console. So consultation. So consultation fee, okay. So that one. So let us check whether we have it. So like that, okay. So make sure that you don't have the typo there, like that one, okay. So let us now come back to our UI. So then we're gonna test it to see whether we can be able to send the data, if it will accept or not, okay. So we have a bad request. So the reason why it is failing is because it has created, and then we had the issue with our serializers for cancellation, okay. So let us come back to our backend here first. So here in the backend we need, first of all, what I'm gonna do here, I need to have the created data and also the updated data. So make sure that you add these two, and then from there also we need to make sure that in the call session, in the part for created data and so updated data, make sure that it is date time field. And then we need to come to our serializers here. So in our serializers, we have what? So we have the, what do we have here? So consultation, okay. So this one should be consultant notes, okay. So this one, okay. So this one, okay. So make sure that this is consultant notes, as it is in our models here, okay. So make sure that you do what? You get them as it is. So the consultant notes here, okay. So that is it. Now the thing that we need to do, we need to come to our terminal. So in our terminal here, what we need to do first, so we need to cancel this one first. So then we need to do migrations. So we're gonna clear this one. So then we need to make migrations for what? For consultations, okay. So as you can see, it is asking us either to add that one manually or to do what. I'm gonna go with option 1. So this one I'm gonna just say what? Time zone, as you can see it is saying here time zone. So time zone dot now, okay. So you can pass it like this, okay. So that is it. Then you can do what? You can just do migrate, okay. So the migrate like that. So then from there, after we do that, now we can be able to do what? You can be able to run it again. So you run it like that. So now we're gonna come to, again, we're gonna come back to our backend. So you need to come here in the what? You need to come here in the admin.py. So make sure that you add what? Then you add the call session, like make sure that you add them like this. So make sure that you add them. So look at it as I scroll and make sure that you copy it the way it looks like, okay. So that you'll be able to see what we are going to see in our admin, okay, in our admin dashboard, okay. So make sure that you add like that, so it looks like that, okay. So like this, like that, okay. So make sure that you have it like that. So now the next thing that we need to do what? We need to come to our Chrome. So in our Chrome, we're gonna open Chrome, okay. So let us first of all, so I need to open Chrome. So here in the Chrome, as you can see, I've opened that part for consultations. So the reason why the first one refused is because we had created it. So now we need to go back there and then be able to do what, to do a hot restart. Then we'll be able to send the data again, so that we'll be able to do what, to see what is happening. So let me grab it. So just come here, then from there we need to grab it. Okay, so like that. Then we're gonna do what, so we need to come here and we do what, can come here, and so we can select this one, emergency. Then we're gonna open this one, so then we can book the appointment, even though we can add it there also. So here we need to book on Wednesday 19th, then we can book it from 12. For that, so you can just make sure it's 1 hour. Okay, and then for the reason for visit, we can just say follow up. So follow up. So then also we can have what, the reason for visit. So we passed this one twice. We're gonna remove this one, we're gonna solve that one later. So the additional information, we can say any new updates there, so then you can create it. Okay, so now we need to solve this one in our front end. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let me remove this one. So now the reason why we have that error for the null, it's because, let us come back to our backend here. So here in the backend I have a typo, so which I think it is a common thing for me to do. So where we have what, the speciality. Okay, so this one. Okay, so and also I think I have another one in the what, so here in the, so this one becomes a tab, so make sure that you change that one also, and also we do like that. Okay, so that is it. So make sure that you do those changes if you are still having the typos like I do. So now, so let us now come back to our front end, and we do the what, we do the testing again to see whether we'll be able to do what, to run the application, to be able to book the appointment. Okay, so let me bring it here. So what we're gonna do, we need to book an appointment here. So we need to book an appointment here. So I'm gonna book maybe on this date 18th, and I'm gonna book from 2, and also I'm gonna book for 60 minutes. The reason, I'm gonna say just general checkup. Okay, so general checkup like that. And also the reason, any addition, we're gonna say just any addition. Okay, so like that. Okay, then from there we need to just press that one. Okay, so as you can see, it is going nowhere, so it simply means it's okay. So it has just created that one, but currently, as you remember, we didn't pass anything to do after we do the booking. So when you come to the backend here, so here in the backend, so in our admin, so we can do what, we can refresh, so that we'll be able to do what. So let us come here, so the one that we have created here, so this one is what, so yeah, we have said what, so it's a video consultation, and also we did what, so what else have we done? So we passed video consultation. So there's something we are not passing here, the additional. Okay, so we're gonna pass it. So it looks like that. Okay, so that is the one that we have created now. So we need to do what now? The next thing that we need to do now, we need to come back to our front end, and then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come, I'm gonna open here the interface here. So before we start working on the payment, so first of all, we need to create the screen to show all the appointments that the user or our patient has done. So as you can see here in this screen, we have what, we have this tabs here, so where you can be able to select the upcoming, the past, and the cancelled. And also you can see for every appointment we have what we have the consultant icon, the consultant avatar, and if they don't have, just password the initials. So then also we pass the name and then the specialty, and then we pass if it is confirmed or not, okay, or if it is cancelled or it is pending. Okay, so that is what we need to do. We need to create that screen here, so, and also here for booking the appointment. Okay, so we need to do that. So let us do it. So let us come back to our code and we start working on that screen. Okay, so what we need to do here, so here in the, so where are we? So still in the patient, is it in the patient or in the consultations? So in the consultations here, so now we need to have another screen here. So the one that we're gonna name it what? We're gonna name it appointment. So appointment, so appointment screen. Okay, so appointment screen dot that. Okay, so this one will be a stateful widget because we need to react to the state changes. So we're gonna say st, so then we're gonna name it what? Appointment screen. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, so this one we want to use the, I'm gonna use with what? Single ticker. So single ticker provider state mixing. Okay, so like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do here, first of all we need to initialize some few things. Okay, as you saw there, we had the tabs. So for the tabs here, we're gonna say what? So the first thing that we need to initialize here, it is what? Our tab controller. So we're gonna initialize it as let, so tab controller. Then so this one we're gonna name it tab controller. And also the next one that we need to do, we need to have the final scroll controller. So because you want to be able to scroll, so the scroll controller, like that. Then we're gonna name it what? Scroll controller. So then from there we're gonna make sure that it is what? Scroll controller. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the variable that is gonna track the current page. Okay, so we're gonna say int, we're gonna name it current page. Okay, gonna name it current page, and also we're gonna initialize it with 1, so just the first page there. And also we need to have the selected status as you saw there. So we need to make sure that we do what? Nullable. This one will be nullable. Then we're gonna say what? Selected status. Okay, so that is it. Now after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we want to initialize some things when we open this screen. Okay, so in the initial state, so we're gonna say the init state. So the init state here, so what we need to do here, first of all we're gonna clear that one to do, and then we come here. Okay, the first thing we need to initialize it is our tab controller. So the tab controller here is equals to what? So here we're gonna say, gonna name it tab controller. So we're gonna name it tab controller, and then for the length here we need to pass 4. As you saw, we had 4 of them. Then the vsync, so we're gonna say what? This, because we have the single ticker provider mixing. Okay, so that's why I use this one. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the method to load the appointments. So we're gonna say load appointments, like that. Okay, so this one will be used for loading the appointments. So we're gonna just use what? Our what do we call it? Our BLoC. Okay, so our state, our, not our state, our events. Okay, so void, we're gonna say load appointments. So load appointments here. So then we're gonna do what? So this one we need to just do what? We just need to call that one. So we're gonna say context dot read. So what we need to read here, it is from the appointment block. So appointment block. Okay, so then from that one we need to add the event. So the event that we want to add here, so we need to add the load, the one that loads what? The load user appointments. Okay, this one. So then the status here, so the status, so let us first of all load the appointments. So load user appointments. So gonna do what? So then for the status you're gonna pass what? The selected status. Okay, so let me open this one to make sure that we are getting it the right one. So yeah, the load the appointments here. Okay, so now we need to come back to it, this one. So we do what? So load the appointment. So then for the date from, I'm gonna remove these ones. Gonna remove all of them. Gonna remove all of these ones. Okay, so what I need to pass here is what? Page. Okay, so the page I'm gonna pass value of 1 like that. Okay, so then I need to close there like that. Okay, so then we need to put that one. Then we need to import what? We need to import this, import that one. So now it is complaining about what? So it's load more. Okay, so this one we need to make sure that it is what? You need to come here. So what I'm gonna do for that one is load more. So let us come back to it here. So here in the what? So here in the constructor, we don't want this one to be required. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna initialize it what? With the default. Okay, the false. Okay, so the page here I'm gonna initialize it with what? With 1. Also this one date from, and also this one, because we passed them as a what? Nullable here. Okay, so that is it. So now after we do that, now we can be able to do what? To continue with the next part. So what I just need to pass date is what? Just need to load the selected status. If it is all like that, then when you open the screen. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do after we open this screen, so we need to have the scroll controller, the one that gonna continue, the one that we have here. So the scroll controller here, we need to do what? We need to say to add the listener. So this one we need to have on scroll. Okay, so when you scroll here, so we need to create this method that will be responsible for what? For scrolling. Okay, so what we're gonna do, just need to come here and then we're gonna say void on scroll. Okay, so on scroll, then we do what? So we need to come here, gonna say if the scroll controller, if the scroll controller dot position then dot pixels. So dot pixels, if it is greater than or equal to our scroll controller dot position, then you're gonna say the maximum scroll extent. So when you multiply, when you get the 90% of it, so we're gonna say 0.9. so we need to do what? So if it exceeds there, so when we scroll, so when we cover the 90% of our screen, so we need to do what? Now we need to call the state. Okay, so we're gonna say state, final state here is equals to what? Context. Okay, context dot read. So we're gonna say the appointment block. So appointment block, then you need to do what? To get the state. Okay, so like that. So the thing that we need to do, we're gonna say if the state is user appointments loaded, if it is in that state and it's not equal to what? So and the state here, it is what? That has not yet reached the maximum. So we're gonna do what? We need to call now to load more. Okay, so context dot what? Dot read. So then after reading, we're gonna say appointment. So appointment block. So then we need to do what? Just need to add. So what we need to add here is load user. So load user appointments. Okay, so like that. Then from there, what you need to do, gonna say the status. So the status here, it will be what? It will be the selected status. So then also from there, for the page, so the page you're gonna add in the current page. So in our current page here, so in the current page, you do what? We need to just add another page there. So and then it's load more. So this one we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, here, we need to make sure that the current page increases every when it is what? Added. Okay, so that is it. So now we have done that part. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the what? On the build method. So in the build method, we're gonna use scaffold. So we're gonna say scaffold. So here in the scaffold, we're gonna do what? First of all, we need to have the background color. So the background color, we're gonna say app colors. Okay, so app colors dot background. Okay, So first of all, we need to import this one. So we need to import this one, then we're gonna say background. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the app bar. So the app bar here, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say pass the app bar. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the title. So the title to be what? Constant of what? Text. So text, you're gonna say what? My appointments. Okay, so my appointments, like that. So then after we do that, now we need to have the actions. So the actions here, so the actions that we have here, it is what? So let me show you the actions that we have. So let us come here. So let me open that one. So here I want to be able to have some few things that you can use to select, okay, to filter by status. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So this will be used for filtering, so we need to make sure that you work on that one. Okay, so when you press that one, so you're gonna see how it looks like when we design it. Okay, so now we need to do it. So here we're gonna have what? We're gonna use the pop-up menu. So we're gonna say pop-up, so pop-up menu button. Okay, so this one will be what? We're gonna make sure it's a pop-up menu button of what? String. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. Before we work on the item builder, first of all, we need to work on what? On the icon. Okay, so the icon that we want, so it will be a constant of what? Icon. So then you're gonna say icons dot what? Icons dot filter. So filter list. Okay, so then the filter list here. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have on selected. When it is selected, one of them, so on selected, then we need to do what? We're gonna create a method that will be used for filtering. So we're gonna say filter by, so filter by status. Okay, so that is it. So now, so to filter by status, you just need to come here. So I just need to come this below this one, and then we're gonna say void. Gonna say filter by, so filter by status. So filter by status. So then you're gonna pass what? So what will be passed here is the string of what? Of that status. Okay, so then after it is passed here, you just need to set the state. So we're gonna say set state. So set state here, gonna do what? The selected status. Okay, the selected status, it is equals to what? It will be the status. Okay, the one that will be passed there. And then the current page, we need to reset to the first page. Okay, so that is it. Now after we do that, so we need to put semicolon here. So now after we do that, after we set the state, we just need to load the appointments. Okay, with the new what? With the new values, so the ones that are passed there. Okay, so now for the item builder here, gonna say what? So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the context. Okay, so the context here, so we need to do what? We need to return. So this one will be a list. Okay, so we need to come here and we do what? So in the list, the first one that we need to have, it is what? Constant of what? Pop-up menu item. So pop-up menu item, like that. So then, so the child here, it will be a text. Okay, so the text here, we're gonna say all. Okay, by default we're gonna pass all there. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the value. So the value here, just need to pass null. Okay, so because it's all, so we don't need to pass anything else. So then from there, the next one is what? Constant. So constant of what? Pop-up menu. So pop-up menu item. So this one, so for this one will be a text also. So text, and then this one will be what? Confirmed. Okay, or you can start with the pending. So we're gonna say pending, like that. Then also we need to have the value. So let us first come here and we say value. So value here, gonna say what? We're gonna say this one will be pending. Okay, so the pending value. So then also this one, we need to move to the end of the arguments. So just come here and you do what? You move the child to the end of arguments. So what I'm gonna do, I need to have comma there. Then I'm gonna copy this one multiple times. Okay, so then you're gonna come here, gonna paste it. I'm gonna paste it again and again. Okay, so after pending here, the next one, it is what? Confirmed. Okay, confirmed, like that. Then the text here to be what? Confirmed. So confirmed, like that. Then for the next one, it is what? Completed. So completed, and then here you're gonna say what? Completed. So completed, like that. And also we need to have what? Cancelled. Okay, so cancelled. So then you're gonna say cancelled here. Okay, so we're gonna say cancelled. like that. So then after doing that, now we need to do what? So now we need to have the, so just here in the what, so just after our pop-up menu button, so now we need to do what? We need to have the bottom. So here in the bottom, so bottom, so still in the up bar, so we need to have the tab bar. Okay, so for tabs, okay, so the tabs here gonna pass what? So before we work on the tabs, first of all, let us do what? So let me first of all have what? We're gonna have the controller. So the controller here, we're gonna use the tab controller. So tab controller like that. And then also we need to have what? We need to have a scrollable. So if it is scrollable, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, we want it to be scrollable. Okay, so then after we have done that, now we need to have on what? So here in the tabs. Okay, so here in the tabs, what we need to do, we're gonna have a constant of what? So this one will be a list. So constant of the list. So the list here, you're gonna do what? So first of all, you're gonna have text, not text, you're gonna have tab. Okay, so the tab here, so we need to have text. Okay, so then the text here gonna say what? First of all, gonna have all. So these are the tabs that you saw there on top. So we're gonna come here and I'm gonna copy it multiple times like that. Okay, so this one, for the next one, it is the upcoming. So upcoming, and also we have what? We have the past, and also we have what? We have the cancelled. Okay, so cancelled like that. So then after doing that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on the on tap. Okay, so when you tap one of them, so we're gonna say on tap. So you can do a lot here. So on tap, we need to get that index, the one that is tapped. So then we're gonna switch. Okay, so we're gonna say switch. So we're gonna use the switch here, then we pass the index, or index that is passed here. So what we're gonna do, so the case 0, so the first one, so the one that is all. So this one we're gonna say filter by status. We're gonna say filter, so filter by status. So just need to pass them here. So this one we just pass now. Okay, so then if it is case 1, so before we do that, we need to make sure that we break. So then from there, we're gonna say case 1 filter by status. So filter by status, then we can say what? So the ones that are confirmed. Okay, so we're gonna say confirmed like that. So these are the ones that are confirmed here. Then we're gonna do what? So that is the upcoming ones. So we're gonna say break like that. Then from there, the next one, it is what? The ones that are what? So the past. So these are the ones that are completed. So we're gonna say, so the case 2, so we're gonna say what? Filter by status. So filter by status, here we do what? So here gonna say, so the ones that are in this state of completed. Okay, so then we need to break after we do that. So then we break there. Then also we need to have the case 3. So the third case, that is what? Our cancelled. So we're gonna say what? Gonna say filter. So filter by, so filter by status here. Then we're gonna pass what? Gonna say cancelled. Okay, so we're gonna say cancelled like that. So then from there, gonna break. So we're gonna say break there. Okay, so that is it. So now after we do that, now we need to start working on the body of our scaffold. Okay, so and before we start working on that one, so we need to be able to see what we have done. So let us be able to do what? To use it. Okay, so now for us to be able to see it, so we need to be able to use it. And to use it, as usual, we need to go to our what? To go to our route names first of all. So where is it? Our route names here. So what we need to do, we need to do what? We have the part for consultants, whatever. Where did we put the book appointment? Okay, so this one. Okay, so now here, what I need to do, I need to have a static. So we're gonna say static constant of what? String. So this one we're gonna name it appointments. Okay, so appointments, so is equals to what? We're gonna copy this one, just need to copy this one, and then we pass it here. So then from there, we're gonna put what? Semicolon there. So after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our here in our what? In our, where is it? So we need to come inside our share route for the, that is for consultant. Now we need to go to our what? here for our what, so here in our patient. Okay, so we need to say go route. So go route here, so go route, then the path here to be what, it will be gonna say this one, then I'm gonna paste the one that we copied there, and also from there we need to have the name. So the name, it will be what, app route names. So app route names dot what, dot appointments. Okay, so like that. Then the next thing, it is the builder. So the builder here will be what, gonna pass the context and also the state. Okay, so then from there we need to return, so the constant of what, so constant of the appointment screen. Okay, so appointment what, appointment screen. Okay, so the appointment screen there, so like that. Okay, so let us save that one. And now to use it, we need to come to our quick actions. When you created the patients, we had that part for quick actions. So where was it? So we need to look for that part. So in the quick actions, so in the quick actions, so in our patients. Okay, so we need to look for the quick actions. So here, so here in the quick actions, we had what, so I think we had the part for the route to what, to our appointments here. Okay, so we need to use it. So here we're gonna say what, here we're gonna say for on top here. So what I need to do, I don't want to use this one, this type of function. So we're gonna pass this one, gonna say context. So we're gonna say context dot what, push named. Okay, so we're gonna say push named, this one. So the name here gonna say what, so we don't want to push named, we're gonna use go. Okay, so the go named. Okay, so we're gonna say go named. Okay, so go named, so go named here we need to have the name. So we're gonna say app route names. So app route names dot what, dot appointments. Okay, so dot appointments, so like that. So that is it. So then after doing that, now we can be able to do what, we can do a restart, a hot restart. So we need to do a hot restart here, and then after doing that, now we can be able to do what, so let me grab it to see what we're gonna see. So let us come here, so let me bring it there. So let us wait for it to do the hot restart, so that we'll be able to go to that screen. Okay, so we need to open that part. So we had what, so it is in our book, what, book consult appointment. So as you can see, whatever you have created, it is this one. So this is the part that we have created there for that part. So we have the pending, all confirmed, like that. Okay, so then we have these tabs here. So we need to make sure that you do what, so make sure that you are able to reach to this point. Okay, so now let me remove this one first, and then we're gonna do what, so here when you come to the interface, now we need to start working on the body. Okay, so the body here, so what we're gonna do here, so we need to come to our where is it, so in the consultations, so we are here, so in the appointment screen. Okay, so here in the scaffold, now we need to have the body. So the body here, so this one gonna use the BlocConsumer. So BlocConsumer, so BlocConsumer here. So the type here that we need to do, we need to have the appointment block, then we need to have what, the appointment state. Okay, so appointment state, like that. So then after doing that, now we're gonna save this one first. So as usual, gonna start with the listener. So we need to listen to the different what, so here gonna pass the context and also the state. Okay, so what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, we gonna say if the state, so if the state is what, is appointment error. So if the state, it is appointment error, this one, if it is in that state, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the scaffold. So scaffold messenger, so scaffold messenger dot of context. So then we do what, we need to show the snack bar. Okay, so to show the snack bar here, gonna use what, the snack bar. So snack bar here, So snack bar here, the content here, you're gonna say what to be a text. So the text you're gonna get the message from what? From the state, okay, the type of message there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the background color. So you're gonna use the app colors dot what? So app colors dot error. Okay, so that is it. So then you need to put semicolon there. So we're gonna save that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, I'm gonna copy this one, so this scaffold, so like that. So then from there we need to have the other state that we can have. It is what? The if it is cancelled, if the state is what? Appointment cancelled. So appointment, if the appointment is cancelled here, so what we need to do, gonna come here, gonna have that one scaffold there. So then, so instead of using what? Instead of using the error, so here gonna say what? Success. Okay, so then after we do that, after we cancel, we need just to load again. Okay, to load our appointments. Okay, so that is what we're gonna do. And then for the next part, the other state that we can be, it is when the appointment is started. Okay, so if the state here is what? Appointment started. So if the appointment it is started, so appointment started here, if it is in that state, so let me do what? Let me paste this one here, and then so this one for the state. So what I need to do here, I'm gonna remove this one, not even to remove. So let me remove it first. So then I'm gonna have the quotes there. So we're gonna say starting. So we're gonna say starting call. So we're gonna do what? So we need to pass it here. So we're gonna say state dot what? Call session dot session ID. Okay, so like that. So here we don't need the background color, so just need to do what? We need to have that snack bar. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the builder. So here in the builder, so we need to pass what? The context and also the state. Okay, so we're gonna do what? So here the first thing that we're gonna do, so if the state it is what? In the appointment loading, so we're gonna say if the state here is what? Appointment loading. So if it is loading here, so if you are in that state, what you need to do in the UI, so what you need to build here, gonna use what? Gonna say build loading state. Okay, so build loading state like this. So we need to create this method that will be used for showing what? The loading, so the loading state. So what we're gonna do, we need to come here. So we need just to come here outside. So we're gonna say widget. So widget here. So we're gonna say what? Build loading state. Okay, so this one like this. Then we're gonna do what? So here we need to return, gonna list view. Okay, so list view dot builder. So dot builder here, the item builder here, gonna pass the context. Okay, and also gonna pass the index. So the index there, then we're gonna do what? So what we need to return here, it is a constant of what? So we're gonna say constant of, we're gonna pass the shimmer. So we had the shimmer loading, we can pass that one. So the height we can, the width you can just do double. So double dot what? So double dot infinity, so to take all the space that is there. And also for the height, we're gonna pass a value of what? 160. Okay, so that one will just show us that one shimmer loading. So then the next thing that we need to do here, still in our builder, so in our builder here, we need to have what? We need to have padding. So padding here, we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot all. So then we're gonna say up spacing. So up spacing. So up spacing. So up spacing dot what? Large. Okay, so like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need also to have the what? So just below our padding here, we can add what? The item count. Okay, so the items that we need to show, you can just pass 5 there. Okay, so that is what will be shown when you do it. When it is in that state, we just need to show those shimmer widgets there. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what? We need to have the, when we don't have anything, so I'm gonna say if the state, so if the state here is what? If the state is user appointments loaded, if we are in that state and then we don't have anything, so if the state here state dot what. So if the state dot all appointments, so all appointments is what, is empty. So here we need to return, so we need to return the build what, so the build empty state. Okay, so the what we're gonna show in the empty state, so like that. So we're gonna do what, I'm gonna copy this one, so just need to come here. So we're gonna do what, so just come here. So this one we need to show some few things. To show what, we're gonna say widget, so we're gonna say widget. So widget here we need to paste this one there, then we need to do what, so here we need to return, so we need to create this one, so the empty state. Okay, so the empty state, I think we created it, did we? Okay, so we can use the one that comes with what, so the one that we created. Okay, so remember we created this one in the previous session, so we had the common widgets. Okay, so here the icon, so the icon here gonna say icons dot what, icons dot calendar. So dot calendar, gonna say calendar month, calendar today. Okay, let us pick today here. Then for the title, so here for the title we're gonna say what, gonna say no, so this one should be in quotes, so it's a string, so no appointments. Okay, no appointments yet. Okay, so that is it. Now the next one, it is what, so the next one is the subtitle, so we're gonna say book your first what, your first appointment, so your first appointment to get started. Okay, to get started with consultations, like that. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to have the action, so the action here, it is what, we're gonna use the elevated button, so elevated button dot what, dot icon. So then we're gonna have what, on pressed. Okay, so when it is pressed here, so what we need to do, we're gonna say context, what we need to return here is context dot what, we need to push named. Okay, so like that. So then we're gonna say what, we need to go to the app route names, so app route names. So then we need to do what, to get the consultants, so that we'll be able to book that one. So then for the label, so the label it will be what, constant of what, text. So the text you're gonna say what, gonna say book appointment. Okay, so book appointment, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the icon. So the icon here gonna say what, it is a constant of what, so we're gonna say icon. So then we're gonna say icons dot what, add. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the style, to style it, to style our button. So we're gonna say elevated button, so we're gonna say elevated, so elevated button, so elevated button here dot what, style from. Okay, so style from elevated button. So are we okay, this one should be elevated, so we need to make sure that way. So we're gonna say style, so we're gonna say style from. So what we need to do here, we need to have the background color. So the background color here, it is what, app colors. So app colors dot what, so app colors dot primary, like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the foreground. So the foreground color, this one, we're gonna say colors dot what, colors dot white. So then from there, the next thing we need to have, it is what, padding. So padding here, it is 0. We're gonna say constant of what, edge insets dot what, edge insets dot symmetric. So then we're gonna say horizontal, so horizontal here, it is what, up spacing. So we're gonna say up spacing dot what, so we're gonna use extra large, like that. Then also we're gonna have the vertical, so the vertical here gonna pass what, up spacing. So we're gonna say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, we need to use large. Okay, like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to put what, semicolon here. Okay, so that is it. So that is when we have what, we have the empty state and we have some. Okay, yeah, so now after we have done that, now we have what, we have those two. So now the next one, it is what, when we have something. So current, it is when we have loaded and we don't have anything. So then if we have something, we need to return. So what we need to return for here, we're gonna use the refresh indicator. So this one will be used when you want to refresh. So we're gonna start with the refresh. So here we do what? So this one is an async method. So then because we want to update, okay, so then when you refresh you just need to do what? First of all to go to first page, and then from there the next thing that we're gonna do it is just to do what? Just need to load the what? To load the appointments, okay, so like that. So remember that method. So now for the child, so the child here to be a list view, so we're gonna say list view, so list view dot builder, like that, okay. So we need first of all, so we need to do what? So this one we should make sure that we put semicolon there, and then from there I'm gonna save it like that. So before we work on the items, so the item builder, so first of all we need to have the controller. So this one is just for scrolling, so we're gonna say scroll control, okay, that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the padding, okay. So the padding here gonna say constant of what? Constant of edge insets. So edge insets dot, so edge insets dot all. So then we're gonna pass what? Up spacing, so up spacing dot large, okay. So that is it. So now we need to also to have the item count. So we're gonna say item count. So if you want to have this one, so you want to know the items that it needs to display, okay. So you're gonna get them, the items, so state like that, then you get all the items, then you need to get length, all of them. So the length, then we're gonna need to add what? Gonna say state dot what? We need to check if it has reached max. So if it is true, just pass 0, else we're gonna do what? We're gonna add 1, okay, if it has not yet reached that one, okay. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we can be able to save that one. So make sure that you understand. So we just get the all appointments, so the ones that we declared in our state, okay. So when you come to our states here, so you can be able to see the list of the appointments, so which we do what? So we get all the appointments, okay. So like that, then we have the bool for that one, for tracking that. So now we need to do what? Now we need to come here to our item builder. So the item builder here, you're gonna pass what? Gonna pass the context, and also you need to pass the state, okay. So then we need to come here. So what we need to do, first of all, we need to get not the state, we're gonna pass the index, okay. So the index of that item. So then we do what? So here gonna say if the index here, if the index is greater than or equal to the state dot all appointments, so dot all appointment, then we get the length. So then what we need to do here, if it is greater than that one, so we just need to return what? So we're gonna return constant of what? So we need to return constant of padding, so the padding widget here. So then we're gonna say what? So it will be edge insets, so edge insets dot all, not dot 0, dot all. So then we're gonna say what? Up spacing dot large, okay. So up spacing dot large. From there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So if it is greater than, so we're gonna say what? We need to return a center. So then the child, so the child here it is what? We need to use the circular progress indicator, okay. So circular progress indicator, like that, okay. So then we do what? We put semicolon there. So that one is when if the index it is greater than or equal to the what? To that one. So we need to just show that circular progress indicator. So now after we have done that, so now the next thing it is what? So the next thing, if it is not, so we need now to return what? The cards, okay. So the cards that we're gonna have here. So the first thing that we're gonna do, so that one we're gonna say what? So we need to create a card that will be responsible for showing that thing that we saw there. So here you need to do what? You're gonna make sure it's a stateless widget. So the stateless widget, so this one we're gonna name it what? Gonna name it appointment. So appointment card, okay. So that is it. So now the first thing that we need to pass here is our appointment. So okay, we're gonna say our appointment, so appointment here, so appointment, so that one. So then from there we're gonna name it what? We're gonna name it appointment, okay. So that entity. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the void on callback. So the one when we click, so this one you're gonna name it what, on top. Okay, so when you click that one, that appointment, so we need to do what, obviously we're gonna go to the details of that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna remove that one, and then I'm gonna pass them here as a required parameter, so like that. So then we remove that comma. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to now to work on that card. So as you saw that card, how it looked, so we had that part for what, so let us first of all check on it. So where we had what, so when you look at this card, so you can see that, so we can see that we have this one, so we have this part, and also we have this divider here, and also we did what, so and other things like this. Okay, so this all of this one is a one card. Okay, so we need to work on this one. So we have in the first row we have what, this one, so we need to do it, and also remember all of these ones are in the same column. Okay, but with the different rows. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let us come back here. So here what we need to do, so instead of returning container, so we're gonna return our app card. Okay, so the app card, like this. So then from there we need to have what, first of all we need to have the margin. So the margin here to be what, const edge insets, so edge insets dot only, so only, then we're gonna have only just bottom, so that we'll be able to have that one in the bottom. So we're gonna say up spacing dot medium, like that. Okay, so then the next thing it is what, on top, so we're gonna pass what, our on top there. Okay, like that. So then the next thing it is the child, so the child here we're gonna pass what, we're gonna pass the column, so we're gonna say column. So then the column here we need to have the cross axis alignment, so cross axis alignment we want them to start, so we're gonna say cross axis alignment dot what, dot start. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing we need to have what, the children. Okay, so now in the children we need to start working on them, so that we'll be able to do what, to add those things that we have there. So now the first thing that we need to do, so we need to come here, so here in the children, so the first thing that we need to do, as you saw there on top, we have a row. So in the row we have the avatar, and we have the other part where we have the what, so let me first of all analyze it. So here, so I think I was not showing you, so as you can see here, this is a row, this one is a row here, and this row it's inside this column. Okay, the column that has all of these ones here. So we have what, we have the, so here in this row we have, first of all we have the avatar here, then we have this the name of the consultant and the specialty, but in the same what, in the same column, and also we have this one in the same row. Okay, so we have this row with a what, with a column in between this and this one, these items. Okay, these widgets. So and also we have this, so this row it's inside what, the main column, so which we're gonna have the others in the column. Okay, so that is what we need to do. Okay, so now because we are familiar with what is there, so now we're gonna do what, so now we can be able to work on it. So here, so the first thing that we're gonna have here, it is what, it is that row. Okay, so we're gonna say row. So then we need to have children. So the children here, the first one, it is what, the gradient. We're gonna say the gradient avatar, which we created in the previous session. So the gradient avatar here, the text here, it will be what, appointment. So appointment dot what, consultant name. Okay, like that. Then for the radius, so the radius you're gonna pass a value of what, 24. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to have a gap here, so we're gonna say constant of what, sized box. So sized box, so sized box like this. Then we need to have what, a width. Okay, so the width here gonna say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, we need to have a medium. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have expanded for that one. Now for the one that is in between there, so here be what, we're gonna have a child, so the child will be a column, because you want what, we want to have them to be on the same column. Okay, so we're gonna say cross axis alignment, gonna say cross access alignment dot what dot start. Okay, we want them to start there. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the children. So the children here, we have what, we have the text. So the text of what, appointment. So from our appointment here, we need to get what, we need to get the consultant name. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to style it. So this one should not be here, so it should come here. So to style it, like this, so this one we're gonna say what, gonna use the app text style. So app text styles dot what, we're gonna use the heading for, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to have a gap between them. So we're gonna say constant of sized box. So here we need to have a what, a height of, gonna have a height of 4, and then from there we need to do what, we need to have the text again. So because it's a text, then we need to get the specialization. So we're gonna say appointment. So from appointment, so we're gonna say what, we need to get the consultant. So the consultant here, the consultation info. So then we're gonna say what, specialization. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to style it. So this one, to style it, to just say style. Then so then we're gonna say what, app text styles. So app text styles dot what, body. So body small. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, so we need to have what, we need to have it like that. So then from there we need to have what, then we need to have a status. So we need to come outside this one. So the status for what, so the one that you saw, it is if it is confirmed, pending, or cancelled, like that. Okay, so this one gonna say status badge. So status badge, so we need to create this one. So status badge, so this one we're gonna pass what, so this one will just accept status. So we're gonna say appointment. So from the appointment, you just need to get what, we have that status. Okay, so like that. So this one we need to create it in our common widgets. Okay, so just need to come to our common widgets. So we need to come here in our common widgets here. So then we're gonna do what, so let me open it here. So like this. So you can just come below this one. So this one we're gonna say class, not class, gonna say st. So it's a stateless widget. So we're gonna say what, we're gonna come here and we name it what, status badge. Okay, so status badge, like this. So then what we need to pass here, first of all, we need to have the final string status. Okay, so this one we're gonna have the status, and also we're gonna say final. So final bool. So we're gonna say final bool here. So this one is what, show icon. Okay, so show icon, because we're gonna use it in multiple places. So final double. So final double here, gonna say what, font size. Okay, so font size. Then from there we need to pass what, we need to pass it to our constructor here. So the initialization there. So then after we do that, we don't want to have this show icon as what, as a required. So we need to do what, so by default we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so to true. So that is it. So now after we do that, now the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the what, the one that gonna have the configuration of our status. So the one that gonna take the string of that status and then configure from the color, from the display text, like that. Okay, so we need to have that status config. So we just need to come here. So just below this one, so outside our build, so here you're gonna say what, so this one we're gonna say status. So we're gonna name it status what, config. So status config here. So this one we're gonna name it what, get, gonna say get what, get status. So what are we gonna do first of all, so we need to do what, we need to have the status config. Okay, so the one that we're gonna declare here outside. So we're gonna name it what, class. So this one we just have the variables. So status config. Okay, so here we need to do so here we need to define them. So first of all, we need to have final string. So final string of what, display text. Okay, so display text here. and then also we're gonna have the final color. So final color, so we're gonna say what text color, so text color, and also we're gonna say what final color again, so the background color. Okay, so background, okay, background color, so background color. Then also we're gonna have what, we're gonna have the color again, so the color here we're gonna say what border color, so border color, like that. And also we need to have what, we're gonna have the icon data, so icon data, so nullable. Then we're gonna say what, gonna name it icon. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to create them in our what, to pass them to our constructor here. So we need to pass as required there. So first of all, I'm gonna save them, gonna save this one. So the first thing that we need to do, the icon, this one should not be required. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to work on this one. So the get the status, what, get the status config. Okay, so we're gonna say status, get status, so get status config, so status config, so status config here. So this one will take the string of what, so this one will take the string of status. Okay, so then from there, so when you pass the string of status there, so we're gonna switch to all the, we're gonna use the switch case. So here we need to pass what, the status. So then we need to make sure that it is lowercase so that we'll be able to work with it. So what we're gonna do here, so we're gonna say if the case is either active like this, or the case is what, if the case is confirmed. Okay, so confirmed. So if it is in either one of them, so just need to return what, our status, so our status config, this one. So the display text here, we're gonna say active. Okay, so then for the text color, so we're gonna say app colors, so app colors dot what, so app colors dot success, like that. Then we're gonna have the background color, so we're gonna say app colors dot what, so app colors, so we're gonna say app colors dot success, so but with alpha, so with alpha. So the alpha that we're gonna use here is 0.1, so 0.1, then you multiply by what, 255, then you round it. Okay, so the reason why we use the alpha, so because the initially we used to use the with opacity, which it became outdated, even though still you can use it. So we just need to convert that one too. So even though with alpha it's more accurate. Okay, so that's why we use that one. So then the border color, I'm gonna say app colors dot what, so the reason why you hear me calling them like 0.1, I just need to convert them from the alpha. Okay, so from opacity then to alpha. Okay, so then from there success dot what, with alpha, so with alpha, which is the same as with opacity of what, 0.3, then you multiply by what, 255, then you round it. Okay, like that, you round it. So the reason why you round it, because that is what the alpha expects an integer there. Okay, so like that, so it's not like what. So first of all, put that one there. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the icon. So the icon here, so this one we're gonna say icons dot what, check. Okay, gonna say check what, so check circle. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now the next one that we need to do, we need to work on the next case. So the next case, it is when it is what, completed. Okay, so we're gonna say case completed, so complete. So if the case it is completed here, we just need to return our status. So we're gonna make sure that we do what, we're gonna have the underscore, we're gonna say status what, our status config here. So the display text here is what, completed. Okay, so completed. And then from there the text color, so this one will be what, app colors, so app colors dot what, primary, so primary. And also the background color, so the background color gonna say what, app colors, so app colors dot what, gonna say app colors, so app colors dot, we're gonna say primary. Okay, so then with what, so we're gonna say with alpha, so with alpha of what, so with alpha of 0.1. okay, then you multiply by 255, then you do what, then you round it. Okay, so like that. Then from there, the next one, it is what, the border color. So the border color here, you can do what, I just need to copy this one, so up to here, so like that. Then I come here and I gonna do what, gonna paste it here, and then instead of 0.1 we pass a 0.3. then we need also to have the icon, so we're gonna say icon, so this one will be what, it be icons dot done all. Okay, so done all, like that. So then we put what, semicolon there. So let me save it, so like that. So I'm gonna copy this case. Okay, so just need to come here, gonna copy that one, so then I'm gonna come with it here below, so I'm gonna paste it here. So then this one will be what, pending. Okay, so we're gonna say pending, so then here will be what, pending, so pending there. Then the color here to be what, will be warning, gonna say warning, so gonna have the color warning there. Then from there we need to have what, so this one gonna have warning, so warning like that. And also even where here we're gonna say warning, so warning like that. Then for this one we're gonna say what, schedule. Okay, so schedule like that. Okay, so now the next one, it is what, we need to come just below this one, and then I'm gonna paste it again. So then instead of completed, so this one will be what, it will be cancelled. Okay, so cancelled, and then here gonna say what, cancelled. Okay, so cancelled like that. So then from here we need also to have what, error, so the color, so the color will be what, will be error there, and also this one will be error, and also this one will be what, will be error. Okay, so then from there we're gonna do what, so this one will be cancel, so like that. So that is it. And then, so let me save this one. So then the next one, it is what, we need to paste this one here. So this one will be what, will be expired. Okay, so it will be expired like that. Then we do what, so this one is gonna say expired, so expired like that. So then this one will be error, so then also this one will be error, so we're gonna come here and you say what, error, and also we're gonna have what, gonna still have error like that. Then instead of done all, we just need to do what, pass the error there. So then if it is not in those cases, we just need to have what, we need to have a default. So let me paste this one here, and then what we need to do, just need to remove this one, then we pass what, we just say default. Okay, so the default here, so the default here to be what, so instead of completed, so we just need to get what, we need to get that status, so we just need to status dot what, then we need to pass it to uppercase. Okay, so just get the uppercase. Then for the color, so this one will be what, text secondary. Okay, so just say text secondary, and also here gonna say text secondary. Okay, like that. And also even here, so here you say what, text secondary, so text secondary, so text secondary there. Then we don't need icon. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to save this one. Okay, so after we have done that, now we can use it in our what, in our build method, so that we'll be able to configure it. Okay, so let us work on it here. So now, so after we have done that, now we can use it here. So the first thing we need to initialize our config. So we're gonna say final config. So this one we just initialize our get what, gonna say get our status config there. Then we're gonna pass what, the status there. Then we need to do what, we need to have semicolon there. So after we have done that, so here we need to return a container, and then we need to have padding first. So this one will be constant of what, edge insets, so edge insets dot symmetric. Okay, so then from there we need to have horizontal, so horizontal we're gonna say what, up spacing, so up spacing, so up spacing dot what, small. Okay, so like that. Then from there you can have the vertical. So in the vertical side we just need to do what, to have 4. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So we need to have decoration, which will be the box decoration. So our box decoration here, so the first thing that we need to have it is the color. So the color will be based on what, on config dot what, dot background color. So then from there you need to have the border radius. So border radius here will be what, border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular, like that. Then you're gonna pass what, up border radius. So up border radius dot what, dot medium. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border. So the border here you're gonna say border all. So border dot all. So then we need to do what, we need to have the color. So the color will be what, config. So from the config dot what, so config dot, gonna say border color. Okay, so config, so this one should be what, make sure that we have this one like this. So then config dot what, dot border. Okay, so dot border color. So that is it. So now first of all let me save that one. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child for our container. So the child for our container here, I want them to be in the same row. Okay, so we're gonna say row. So first of all we need to have them to occupy the smallest possible size. So we're gonna say main axis what, main axis. So main axis, so main axis dot minimum. Okay, so like that. Then from there we need to have the children. So for our row, so first of all we need to do what, if we have the show icon, if the show icon is true, and config dot icon, so and also in our config dot icon, so if our config dot icon is not equal to null and it is true. Okay, so if it is not equal to null and it is true for showing icon, so we need to use the spread operator. So here gonna do what, we're gonna pass it here, gonna say icon. So we're gonna say config, just need to say config dot what, dot icon. Okay, so we get that icon. Then from there you need to have the size. So the size will be 12, and then from there we can have the color. So the color will be what, config, so config dot what, text color. Okay, so text color like that. Then from there we need to have a gap. So we're gonna say constant of what, sized box. So sized box like this. Then we're gonna say width. So the width here gonna pass a value of 4, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the text. So the text for what, for display. Okay, so config dot what, config dot display text, and then we need to style it. So to style it here we just need to do what, we need to use the text style. So text style, so like that. We need to have the font size. So the font size here we just need to check if you have the font size. So if we have it, or if it is not there, just pass a value of what, 11. Then the font weight, so the font weight, so we're gonna font weight dot what, font weight dot 600. Okay, so dot weight of 600. So that is it. So now after we do that, now we need to have the color. So the color of what, of our text. So we're gonna say config, so config dot what, text color. Okay, so text color like that. So then after we do that, make sure that you have comma here. So then you save it. Okay, so it looks like that. Okay, so make sure that your status badge look like that. So now we need to come back to our screen. So now we use it. Okay, so just come here. So just we have it there, so we don't need to do what, we don't need to do anything. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do after that, we have what, so in the same column, but now we need to have a divider. So the one that we had there, so constant of what, divider. So we're gonna say divider. So divider here gonna have what, height of what, so the height of what, up spacing. So up spacing dot what, dot excel. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the information. So in the information we have that row. So the info row, every part of it we need to have a what, widget for that. Okay, so now what we need to do, still we need to create the info row, the one that will be responsible for what, for showing the data that you saw there. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so come here, still in our common widgets, so just need to come below this one. So we're gonna come here, so we're gonna say what, it will be a stateless widget, so like that. Then we're gonna name it what, gonna name it info row. Okay, so like that. Okay, so now the thing that we need to pass here, gonna say final icon data, so icon data. Okay, so the icon data here, gonna name it icon. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have the final string, so final string, so we're gonna name it text. And then from there we need to have what, we need to have the color, so final color, so final color, so final color nullable, gonna say icon color. Okay, so also we need to have the final color nullable, so this one we're gonna say what, we're gonna name text color. Okay, so like that. Then also we're gonna have final, so final double nullable, we're gonna name it what, the icon size. Okay, so the icon size there. And also we're gonna have what, final double, so final double nullable, so nullable here gonna say what, we're gonna say font size. Okay, so font size like that. Then we need to pass them to our what, to our row here, so just need to initialize them there. So then we're gonna save them like this, so just the two that are required. So then from there we need to have what, we need to return a row. Okay, so the row here, what we need to have it is the children, so the children here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the icon. Okay, so we're gonna say icon, so the icon widget. So here gonna say what, icon, and then we're gonna have the size, so the size will be based on what, if you have the icon size. Okay, so if you have the icon size, or if it is not there, just pass a value of 16 like that. Then the color, so the color here, it is what, we're gonna say the icon color. Okay, so like that. If it is not there, just say what, app colors, so app colors dot what, text secondary. Okay, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap here, so between them. So we're gonna say constant sized box, so sized box here. So here we need to have what, we need to have a width, so the width here we need to do what, we need to say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, so up spacing dot small. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to use the expanded widget, so we're gonna say expanded widget, so the expanded widget. So here the child will be what, we're gonna be a text, so we're gonna pass the text like that. We need to make sure that this one is a text like that. So after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, so we need to do what, we need to style our text. So just need to come here and we say what, style, so style here gonna say what, text style, so text style, so text style like this. Then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna have the color, so the color will be what, text color, so text color. Then we're gonna do what, we need to, if it is not given, we're gonna just use the app colors dot what, so app colors dot, so app colors dot what, dot text primary. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to have the font size, so the font size will be based on what, we're gonna check if you have it. So if you have the font size, if it's given, so font size, if it is given, or if it is not, we just need to pass a value of 14 there. Okay, so let me save this one. So the one that we have just done that way, it's because of what, so let me show you. So when you come here in the interface, you can realize that we have what, we have this one, we have the icon and we have the text. Okay, icon text like that. So that is what we need to create. So just come back to our front end and we do what, and we work on that one. So now we need to use it here. So where are we here? So here in the what, in the widget. So now we need to have the divider. Then we need to do it. So first of all, we're gonna say info row, so our info row, So this one. So for the icon here, gonna say icons dot what, calendar. Okay, so calendar today, like that. Then the text. So the text here, we're gonna pass the date format. So we need to format the date. So date format. So this one obvious comes from the Intel. So this one we're gonna say what, we need to say MMM, like that. Then we have the space, then we need to have DD, then also we need to have a comma. So this is what we need them to appear. So we just need to have what, month, day with a comma, then we do what, so then we need to format. Okay, so to format like this. So the what, the appointment. So from the appointment we're gonna get what, the scheduled date. Okay, the scheduled date, like that. So we need to make sure that we import the date format. So this one comes from the Intel. Make sure that you have that one also in your what. So let me have that one. So save that one there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap here. So constant of sized box. So sized box here, we need to have a height. So the height here will be what, up spacing. So up spacing dot what, up spacing dot small. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the info row. So the info row, so our info row here. So what we need to do, we need to have the icon. So the icon here will be what, icons dot what, access time. Okay, so access time, like that. Then we do what, for the text here. So the text we're gonna say, we need to do like this. So not here, just need to come here. So first of all, we need to have the quotes. So then from there we need to do what, to use the dollar sign. Then we access what, the appointment. So the appointment, so the appointment dot scheduled time. So scheduled time, that time. Then from there we need to have what, we need to have a gap. Okay, so then from there we need to pass what, now the dollar sign also. Then we get the appointment of the duration. Okay, so appointment dot what, duration. Okay, duration in minutes. So we're gonna say duration. So appointment dot duration, so duration minutes. Okay, so like that. So then what we need to do, make sure that you put in braces so that we'll be able to access that one. So appointment dot duration minutes. So then after we do that, now we need to pass it there. Then we need to have a gap. Then we're gonna say minutes. Okay, so we're gonna say min. So like that. So let me save this one. So that's how we get what. So then I'm gonna copy this one, so this gap here. So then I'm gonna use it just below this one, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have the info row. So the info row, now it is for what, for the type of the consultation. So the icon here, so we're gonna say what, we're gonna say icons dot video cam. So video cam, like that. Then from there the text. So the text here, we're gonna do what, we're gonna get the appointment. So appointment dot appointment type display. Okay, appointment type display there. So like that. So that is it. So now, so this one, it's icons capital. So we need to make sure that it's icon capital, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap here. So we're gonna have a gap here. So just come below that one. So then after we do that, now before we have that gap, first of all, we need to check if you have the reason for visit. So we're gonna say if appointment. So if appointment dot reason. So reason for visit. If reason for visit is not empty, if it is not empty here, so if it is not empty, we just need to use what, our spread operator. So then we add what, we add our, so we need to close it here. So now we need to add that gap, and also we do what, then we do, if you have that one, you just say the info row. Okay, so we're gonna say info row. So info row dot what, so then here we're gonna have the icons. So we're gonna say icons dot what, icons dot medical. So medical services, so medical services, like that. Then for the text, so now for the text here, we're gonna say what, appointment. Just need to get the appointment dot what, appointment dot reason for visit, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now gonna save that one there. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if you have the, if we can start the call. Okay, so we're gonna say if the appointment, here, so if the appointment dot can start a call, if it is true, so can start call. So this one we're gonna do what, we're gonna just use the spread operator to add it. Okay, so first of all we need to have a gap, so we're gonna paste that one, and then from there we need to do what, we need to have the sized box. So sized box, so we're gonna say sized box here. So then we need to have what, we need to have a width, so the width of a sized box. So what you're gonna do here, gonna make sure that it occupies the width that is there. So just say double dot infinity. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So the child here, it is a elevated button. So elevated button, dot what, icon. So then for on pressed here, so we just need to do what, so we just need to start the video call. So we're gonna say context, so context dot read, so dot read, then we're gonna say appointment block, so appointment block. So this one we do what, we need to add the event for doing so, which will be what, start. So we said start what, we start, so start the appointment. Okay, so the appointment ID, so this one we're gonna say what, gonna get it from the appointment, so appointment dot what, dot ID. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now for the, so for the label, so here the label will be what, constant of what, text. So text here gonna say join call. Okay, so join call. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the icon. So the icon here be what, be a constant of what, gonna say icon. So the icon here gonna say icons dot what, video cam. So video cam, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to style our button. So just need to say what, elevated button. So elevated button, so elevated button dot what, style from, so like that. Then from there gonna have the background color. So the background color here, so here gonna say what, app colors. So app colors dot, so we're gonna say app colors, so app colors dot success. Okay, so dot success. Then from there we're gonna have the foreground color. So the foreground color gonna say what, colors dot, so colors dot white, like that. So that is it. So let me save that one. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do what, so make sure it looks like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to now to use that one in our what, in our widget, so that we'll be able to do what, to use it. Okay, so just come here. So we need to come to our what, so where were we when we had the, or not this one here. So we had what, the refresh, was it here? So we had that one on a refresh, and then we had what, so let us see. So in the refresh here, then we needed to do what, and then what we need to have here on our refresh here, we need to have the, so we came here, then we had on refresh. So then we had what, we checked that one. So now the next thing it is what, if it is not, we just need to come here below this one. So this one we need to say what, we need to return. So we just need to return our appointment what, our appointment card. Okay, so it simply means we have them. So we're gonna say appointment what, so this one should not be here, it should be if, after if. Okay, so we need to make sure that it's after if, so because that is what we are checking. So it simply means the index, if it is greater than that one, we just need to show the circular progress indicator. Okay, so here gonna return if it is there, so just need to return our appointment what, our appointment card here. So now the appointment here, so this one we're gonna get it from the state. So the state dot what, dot appoint all appointments. Okay, then you need to get that index. Okay, in that index like that. So that's how you get the appointment there. So then from here, so on top here, so here on top we need to do what? We just need to navigate to details. Okay, so we're gonna say navigate. So navigate to details. When you click that one, so here you're gonna pass the state, and then when you pass the state here, you're gonna say state dot what? All appointments. So you just need to say all appointments. So all appointments here. So then we need to get what? We need to get that index. Okay, so after we do that, now we need to do what? First of all, let us put semicolon there. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to create that one method for navigating to what? To our to the details. Okay, so just need to come here. So I just need to come just outside our build. So here we need to do what? So here gonna say void. So we're gonna say navigate. So this one will just navigate to what? So navigate to details. Okay, so navigate to details. So which we're gonna work next here. So appointment. So appoint. So we need to make sure that we get the appointment. So the appointment here, gonna name it appointment. So appointment like that. So now, so this one you're gonna say context dot push named. Just need to push named. So we need to create this route. So first of all, before we use it there, so we need to come to our route names. So we need to create that route name. So we need to come here. So here still in our appointments here. So this one we're gonna say what? Static. So static constant of what? String. Constant of what? String. Okay, so string here, we do what? We name it what? We're gonna name it appointment details. Okay, so appointment details. Okay, like that. Then the name, so we're gonna copy this one. So we're gonna copy this one, and then I'm gonna use it here. Okay, so like this, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to come back to our what? So the screen we're gonna work on in the next session. So we need to come here in our appointment screen here. So then we do what? So here the name, we're gonna use what? Our app route names. So app route names. So app route names dot what? Appointment details. Okay, so appointment details like that. Then we need to have the path parameters. So we need to make sure that when going to this one, we carry this one. So the ID. So then you're gonna say what? Appointment. So appointment dot what? We get the appointment. So that appointment, then we get its ID. Okay, so that is it. So now we can do what? We can close it there. So now if it is not in any of those states, so we need to do what? So let us come back here. So if it is not in one of these states, so now we need to do what? We need to come here and we do what? So we need to return. So we just need to return the build empty. Okay, so build empty state like that. Then you put semicolon there. So then we have an error. So where does that error come from? So we have an error here. So where is it? So let us first of all save this one. So we are getting an error here. Okay, so this one we need to make sure that you put semicolon there. Okay, so let us save this one. So make sure that it looks like that. Then from there we can do a hot reload or hot restart, so that we'll be able to do what? To test that one, to test whether we'll be able to see them. So the first thing that we need to do, I'm gonna grab it here. So before it loads there. So then after we do that, so first of all let us see whether we'll be able to see them. And then after we do that, now we can do what? We can go to the next part. Okay, so let us see. So as you can see, all of them, they look like this. Okay, so these are the bookings that we did, the appointments while we were testing. So you can see all of them are pending. So then we're gonna do what? Now we need to, so the general checkup, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now, so let us remove this one, even if you can click let us click one of the tabs here, upcoming. So we don't have any because there's no one that is confirmed. So then the past we don't, and also we don't have cancelled. Okay, so we need to do it. So the all here is just pending there. So then we're gonna remove that one. So now we need to start working on what, on our so let us come back to our code, and we do what, now we need to work on the appointment. So we need to create that one here. So we're gonna say what, this one will be appointment. So appointment details. So appointment details dot that. Okay, so this one will contain the appointment details. So this one will be what, it will be a stateful widget as usual. So we're gonna say st. So we're gonna come here and we do what, so this one we're gonna name it what, appointment. So appointment details. So we're gonna appointment details screen. Okay, like that. Then we need also to import what, we need to import this one. So we need to import these ones from there, and also we're gonna name this one well so that we'll be able to know what it is. So appointment details screen. Okay, like that. So make sure that you have it like that, and then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to first of all to have what, so in this screen when you open this one, you need to make sure that you have what, you are opening the appointment with the appointment ID. Okay, appointment ID, like that. So now we need to add it in our what, so first of all we need to make sure that you pass it to our constructor here, and then we go to our what, then we go to our routers. So to our router, app router here. So then we need to add it in our in this router for what, for appointments. Okay, so because we just need to come from this screen to what, to that, from that route to the other. Okay, so just need to, you can't access that one from other part. Okay, so we just need to pass it there. So what I'm gonna do, I need to come here. So this one we need to have the routes. Okay, so just the routes here. So remember you're using the go route. So the routes here, you're gonna have a go route here, so it will be just inside this one. So the go route here, the path here, it will be what, so this one, so the appointment details. So what I'm gonna do, this one, instead of having that one, I'm gonna say details. So details, then we're gonna get what, we need to make sure that we pass the ID there. So then the name, it will be what, app route names. So app route names dot what, appointment. So appointment details. Okay, so then from there we need to have the builder. So the builder here, we need to pass what, we need to pass the context. So we're gonna say context dot what, so context and also the state. And then from there what we need to do, we need to come here. First of all, we need to get the ID from the what, from the path. Okay, so state dot what, dot path parameters. So from the path parameters we get what, we get the ID, and we need to make sure it's not null there, like that. So then we need to return our appointment what, our appointment details screen, and then we're gonna pass the appointment ID as what, the ID that we get there. Then we put what, semicolon there. So now we need to come back to our appointment screen here. So then we need to start working on this screen. Okay, so let us start, and we start working on it. So now for that part, for the first thing that we need to do when you open this screen, so we need to come here to our what, so to our state here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the init state. So this is the initial state, as I said earlier. So when you open this screen, what we need to do first of all, before we do anything else, we just need to load what, we just need to load the appointment. So just need to load the appointment, so appointment details. Okay, so we need to create this method, so the one that gonna call what, just need to call the event to load that one. Okay, so we just need to trigger that event. Okay, so just say void. So we're gonna copy this one, So then I'm gonna come and paste it here. So this one we just need to trigger that. So we're gonna say context. So context here. So context dot what? Dot read. So read from the Flutter block. So we're gonna say appointment. So appointment block. Okay, so then from there we just need to do what? To trigger that event, we're gonna say get what? Get the appointment. So get appointment details event. Okay, where the appointment ID, we're gonna get it from the widget. Okay, the one that is passed from the previous page. Okay, from the widget. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So that is the method. Okay, so now before we start working on the build method, so first of all, you need to see what you are building, so that to be able to understand. So as you can see here in the appointment details here, we have this part, so the first part of it. So then after that we have what? We have this one, we have the status, the confirmation and other things. So then we have if the payment it is not yet done, we need to have this one banner here. So then also we need to have the appointment information, so like that. Then for that one that is not payment, it's not paid, so the status will be pending, and then we're gonna show these buttons. Okay, so we're gonna pay this one, then the confirm appointment. Also we can be able to do the reschedule and also the to cancel the appointment. Okay, so that is it. So now, and also for the one that is what, so let me show you something else. So the one that is paid, you can notice that the payment status changes to paid from pending to paid. Okay, so then also the button for payment disappears. Okay, so then from there we have what we are, the remaining buttons are what? Confirm and reschedule and cancel. Okay, so then from there, so if it is confirmed, so let us go to the one that is confirmed. You can notice that the reschedule and appointment, cancel appointment, is the one that remains. Okay, and also the status here changes to confirmed. So now we need to work on that one. So now we need to start working on this one. So let us come back to our code, and then we do what? We work on the builder. So automatically here we're gonna have what? We're gonna use the scaffold. So scaffold here. So the scaffold here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the app bar first of all. So this one you're gonna say app bar. Okay, so the app bar. So the app bar here, so the one you just need to have the title. So this one will be what? Constant of what? Text. So which we're gonna say the appointment what? The appointment details. Okay, so appointment details, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the body. So the body here, so we need to make sure that we outside the app bar. So we need to have the body. Okay, so the body here, what we need to use here, we're going to use the BlocConsumer, because we want to be able to do the side effects, so that is to listen to the state changes, and also we want to build the screen. Okay, so when the state changes, so that's why we need to use the BlocConsumer, so it comes with both block builder and also the block listen. Okay, so here we're gonna say BlocConsumer. So BlocConsumer here. So then before we work on the builder and others, so we need to first of all to pass what? Our appointment appoint. So appointment. So appointment what? Appointment block. Okay, so and also you can have the appointment state. Okay, so appointment state. Okay, so appointment state like this. So then the first thing that we're gonna do, so we need to make sure that we do what? We work on the listener. So here on the listener, I need to have a method that's gonna handle the state changes. Okay, so we're gonna name it what? We're gonna name the handle state changes. Okay, so instead of putting them all of them there, so we just need to have that method. Okay, so this one we're gonna say void. So make sure that you set the build method. So here we need to copy this one, and then we come here and I'm gonna paste it here. So then here we're gonna pass the context. So build context. So build context, we name it context, and also we're gonna pass what? the appointment state, because that is what we want to react on. Okay, so appointment state, appointment state. Okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna name it what? We're gonna name it state. Okay, so then, so here you need to have the, if the state is what? If the state it is appointment error. So if it is in the appointment error, that one, so the first thing that we're gonna do here, you need to have a show snack bar. So we're gonna create a custom snack bar here, so the one that gonna accept the message, so state.message, and also the app colors. Okay, so the app colors, so the one that gonna accept color, and also what, so we're gonna say app colors, so app colors dot what, dot error. Okay, so the one that gonna accept the state and also what, the app color. So that is what we need to create. So this one we just need to come here, so just come below this one. So this one we're gonna say what, void. So void, we're gonna say show snack bar. So snack bar, so show snack bar like this. Then we're gonna have what, string message, and also we're gonna say color. So the color, we're gonna pass color there. Okay, so that is it. So now we're gonna have what, the scaffold messenger. So we're gonna say scaffold, so scaffold messenger, so scaffold messenger dot what, dot of context. So then we need to do what, we need to have the show snack bar here. Then the snack bar, gonna say what, snack bar. So the snack bar here gonna have the content, so the content will be the text of that message that will be passed. Okay, so then from there we need to have what, we need to have the what, so the background color. Okay, so the background color here will be what, will be the color that is passed there. Then we do what, we put we're gonna put semicolon there. So that is it. So now if the appointment there, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what, we need to the next state that we need to handle it is what, our so the next state here, it is what, we're gonna say else if. So if it is not in that state, if it is in this state, so we're gonna say state if the appointment is cancelled. So appointment, so if the appointment cancelled. Okay, so if it is that one, so we just need to do what, we need to show snack bar also, show snack bar like this. So the message here gonna say what, we're gonna say state dot what, so dot message. Okay, so the color, so the color here gonna say app colors dot what, so app colors dot success. Okay, so success like that. So then we put semicolon there like that. So then if it is not in that state, so we're gonna say else if. So else if here it is what, and before we do that, we need, after we cancel, so we need to pop it. Okay, so we just need to remove that one. So we're gonna say navigator, so navigator dot what, dot pop. Okay, so then we pass the context there, so we put semicolon there. So then if the state here, so the state is what, if it is in the appointment, so it is in the appointment confirmed. So if it is appointment confirmed, so here we need to do what, we need to show the snack bar. So show snack bar here. So these are the side effects. So we're gonna say what, we're gonna say appointment, so appointment, so appointment what, appointment confirmed. Okay, so confirmed like that. Then for the color, so this one we're gonna be what, app colors dot, so app colors, so app colors dot success. Okay, so like that. So then from there, after we do that, we need to load, now we need to load the appointment details also. So after we do that, so then from there, the next one, it is what, if it is not in that state, also we can check if it is in the state is appointment started. Okay, so we're gonna say if it is in the appointment started, so appointment started here. So then we do what, so we need to come here, we show a snack bar. First of all, we show snack bar like this. So then we pass what, then we're gonna say starting, so starting call session. So then the call session here, we're gonna do what, we're gonna have the gonna say state dot what, state dot call session. Okay, so call session dot session id, so session id like that. So then from there the color, so we're gonna say app colors, so we're gonna say app colors dot what, info. Okay, so we have that color there. Then we do what, we do like that. So that is the way we handle the states, the different states that we can have in our what, in our application. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the what, on the builder. So this is where now the UI changes, so the whole UI. So we're gonna pass the context and also we pass what, the state. Okay, so here the first thing that we need to do, we need to check if the state, so if the state it is loading, so if it is just loading, so appointment, so appointment loading, so appointment loading like this, then we do what, so then we're gonna return, so return constant of what, center, so center. Then we're gonna say child, so the child here it is what, circular progress indicator, so circular progress indicator like that. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, so that is that part. Now the next part, it is what, when the appointment it is loaded. Okay, so if the state here, if the state is appointment, so appointment what, appointment status, appointment details loaded like that, if it is in that state, so now we need to return. So what we need to return here, we're gonna build this widget, so we're gonna say build details. Okay, so build details, then we're gonna pass the context, and then also we're gonna say state, then we're gonna get what, the appointment. Okay, so we need to make sure that we build that one. And also what we're gonna do before we start working on that one, so that we'll be able to see what we are building. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that we return something here. So if it is not in the above states, we just need to say constant of what, center. So the center here, we need to have the child, so the child here to be what, to be just a text. So then we're gonna say unable to do what, unable to load appointments. Okay, so to load appointments like that, so appointment, not appointments, because it's just one. So we do like that. So now we need to start working on what, on our build details. Okay, so which we can come just even below this one, so we can come here. So that one will be responsible now for the UI. So what we're gonna see in the UI, so widget, so the widget we're gonna say build, so build details. Okay, so build details like this. So this one will accept build context, so build context, so build context like this. So then we're gonna name it context, then we're gonna have the what, appointment, so appointment, so then we're gonna say what, appointment. Okay, we just need to name it like this, appointment like that. Okay, so then from there we just need to make sure that we import our appointment here, so just import it like this. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have this entity, so we have this entity here, so we need to import it like that. Okay, so make sure that you have like that. So then from there we need to do what, so we need to have the braces here. So let's see whether that error disappears there. Okay, so now in this part what we need to do, we need to make sure that it is scrollable, so which we're gonna use what, our single child scroll view. So we're gonna say return, single child scroll view. So we're gonna say single child scroll view like that. So then you need to put semicolon there. So now the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna pass the widget that we're gonna have here as a child. We're gonna use column because we want multiple widgets on top of each other, not on top, just stacked, not, yeah, on top of each other, not stacked. So we're gonna say cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment here, gonna say cross axis alignment, so cross axis alignment, so cross axis alignment dot what, we want them to start. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to have the children. Okay, so the children, so here in the children, the first one that we need to have, it is the header. So we're gonna say header, so with the what, with the avatar, so with the avatar and what, and status. Okay, so we're gonna say and status. So as you can see here, so when you come to our design here, you can see that we have what, we have that part for header, this header. So we have the avatar, and also we have what, we have the the name and also the status. Okay, so we need to build this header, okay, with this one, with the divider just below after it. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to come back to our code here, and we do what, and then we start working on this one. So this one will be what, we're gonna create this one, so appointment header. So we're gonna say appointment header. Okay, so this one we're gonna create, say this one. So now we need to go and work on this one. So we need to come here to our appointment widgets. So then we do what, so that we'll be able to create that header, so the one that will be responsible for that part. Okay, so just need to come below this one, so it will be a status widget, so st. So we're gonna come here and you do what, so this one we're gonna name it what, appointment. So appointment what, appointment header. So appointment header here. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need first of all to have the string. So we have the consultant name, so we're gonna say consultant name like this, and also we have the status. Okay, so final string status. So that is it. Now we need to pass it to our what, to our constructor here. So we need to initialize it here. So then after we do that, we need to make sure that we pass it like this. So here what we need to do, we need to have to come here in our container. So we need first of all to have what, we're gonna have the padding first. So we need to have padding, then we're gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets, so edge insets dot what, edge insets dot all. So then we're gonna say what, up spacing. So up spacing dot what, up spacing dot extra large. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the color. So the color gonna have what, the method for getting the status color. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we just need to come here just inside this one. So then we need to have what, just need to create it here. So we're gonna say, so remember it's outside our build method there. So the color, so this one we just need to return the color. So we're gonna say get status. Okay, so get status color. So this one we're gonna pass the string of what, of that status. Okay, so then to just look for that color. Okay, so we're gonna use the switch statement. So the switch case, so switch statement, the way you might call it. So the status, so status, then we need to make sure that we lower them, so to have the lowercase like that. So then from there we need to have what, so we're gonna say case. So if case it is confirmed, if it is confirmed, we just need to return the app colors. Okay, so the app colors dot what, so app colors dot success. Okay, so then from there, if it is not in that one, so we're gonna say case. If the case here it is what, pending. So if it is pending here, so we just need to do what, we need to return. So we're gonna say return, so we're gonna return what, we need to return the app colors. So app colors, so app colors dot what, dot warning. Okay, so like that. So what I'm gonna do, I need to copy these ones, so that will be easier for me to do. So we're gonna copy this one, and then we do what, then we paste them like this one. Okay, so we need to paste them like this, and also like that. Okay, so then for the next one it is what, so this one is pending. So now we're gonna have what, cancelled. If it is cancelled here, just pass what, so instead of warning we need to have error. Okay, like that. Then from there, instead of pending here also, we're gonna have what, completed. So completed, then you're gonna do what, so instead of warning here, we're gonna say primary. Okay, so primary. And then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we're gonna have the default. So default here, then we do what, so we need to return, so we need to return app colors. So app colors, so we're gonna say app colors dot what, text secondary. Okay, like that. Okay, so that is it. So that one we just need to, we just get the colors, so we just need to pass here. So the color for what, so the color that we are passing here is for what, so get the status. So we're gonna say get status color, so this one. So then we pass what? We pass the status there. Then we're gonna have opacity, so we're gonna say with alpha, so with alpha of what? 0.1. okay, so 0.1, then you multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so like that. So then let me save it. So then after doing that, now we have what? We have the color of the container. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. Okay, so the child of our container here, it will be what? Gonna use column because we have them in the column. So then what we need to do here, we need to have the children. So the children here, so the first one we're gonna say what? We're gonna use the gradient avatar. So we're gonna say gradient avatar, so gradient, so the gradient avatar. Okay, so this one we created. So the gradient avatar here, we're gonna say consultant name. Okay, so consultant name, the one that is passed there. Then the radius here, we're gonna pass a radius of what? 40. So that is it. So then we're gonna have what? Constant of what? Sized box. So we need to have a gap between them. So this one we're gonna say what? We're gonna have a height. So the height here to be what? Up spacing. So up spacing, so we're gonna say up spacing dot what? So up spacing dot large, like that. Then we need to have a comma there. Then we need to have the text. So then we're gonna have the consultant name. So the consultant name, then we need to style it. So to style it here, we're gonna say up text styles. So up text styles. Okay, so up text styles dot what? We want to use the heading one, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have also the gap also. So sized box, so sized box like this. Then we do what? Then we have the height. So the height here to be what? Up spacing. So up spacing dot what? So up spacing dot small. Okay, so that is it. Then the next thing we need to have the status badge. So status badge, so this one. So status, not this one, status badge. So status badge, this one. So the status, we pass the status there. Okay, then you put comma there. So that is it. Now we need to call our what? To call our head in the screen. So we just need to come here. So we need to come here and we do what? So here we need to first of all to import it. So we need to import it from there. So then we need also to pass what? The required parameters. So we need to pass them there. So the consultant name here, so the consultant name here, we're gonna get it from what? From the appointment. Okay, so we're gonna say the appointment. So then we're gonna say consultant name. Okay, so then for the status here, so the status here, we're gonna say what? Appointment. We're gonna get it from the appointment dot what? Dot status. Okay, so dot status. Then from there, after that, you saw we had what? We had the divider. So we're gonna say constant divider. So we're gonna say divider. So divider here, we need to have a height. So the height, that is the thickness. So we're gonna pass a value of 1. Okay, so that is it. So before we continue, so we have what? So there's somewhere we have an error. Where is it? So where do we have the error? Or here. Okay, so make sure that we do what? So this one we put semicolon there, so the error disappears. So then after we do that, so we're gonna save that one. Then you can do what? You can just do, maybe you can do just a hot restart. So because we added the new route, so we need to do the hot restart. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, I'm gonna grab it. So when I grab it, then we need to test it. Okay, so let us bring it here and then wait for it to do what? To load. Then we're gonna go to that screen. So then we're gonna be able to see what? That part. Okay, so we're gonna say book appointment. So just come here. So you can just click any. So resource not found, we need to solve that one. Okay, so let us first of all remove this part. Okay, so now we need to do what? We need to solve that problem so that you'll be able to see what? Be able to see the consultant details. So now the issue is what? So let us see. So because it is what? So as you can see, it is complaining about the consolation, so we don't have that one in the backend. So I think we have a typo. So we have a typo in our in our remote data source. So where do we have the consolations? Here. Okay, so this one should not be consolations, it should be what? Consultation. Okay, so consultations, like that. So the ones that is similar with this one. Okay, so make sure that you have it. So these are the typos. So consultations, and after you do that, now you need to open the terminal here. So the terminal, so let me enlarge this one first. So then we need to look for that command. So this one for build run. Okay, so we're gonna wait for it to run. So as it runs, so let us come back to our UI. So where are we? Here in the consultation, in our appointment details. So we have worked for that part, for the header and also the divider. So now the next part, it is what? We need to make sure that we check if the payment is paid. Okay, so we need to come here and you say what? So we're gonna say payment warning. So payment warning. Okay, so payment warning. So this is the warning that we want. So payment warning, if unpaid. Okay, if unpaid. If they have not paid, just do what? We need to show the payment warning. Okay, so we're gonna say if the payment is not paid, so appointment. So if appointment, so remember we have what is, so if it is not what is not paid. Okay, is paid there. So remember we have these getters. So now we need to create the payment warning. Okay, the one that will be responsible for showing that badge, for telling the user that they should pay. Okay, so just need to come here. So we need to come here in our appointment widgets. So here in the appointment widgets, so just need to come below this one. Okay, so then after we do that, so the first thing that we're gonna do, this one will be what? It will be a status widget. So status widget, this one. So then we're gonna say payment. So payment warning. Okay, payment warning, like that. Okay, so then this one we just need to have the amount. So we're gonna say final. So final double. So final double, gonna say amount, like that. So we're gonna name it well amount. So then we need to pass it what? Here. So this one will be the consultation fee that they are supposed to pay. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here to our container. So we need to have the margin. So the margin here to be what? Be constant of what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot all. Okay, so dot all. Then you're gonna say what? Up spacing. So up spacing dot what? Large. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the padding. Okay, so the padding here, we're gonna say what? So it will be a constant of what? Edge insets. Okay, so edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot all. Then we're gonna say up spacing. So up spacing dot what? So up spacing dot large also. And also from there we need to have the decoration of our container. So decoration. So decoration will be what? It will be a box decoration. So box decoration. So here the box decoration, the first thing that we need to have it is the color. So the color gonna use the up colors. So up colors dot warning. Okay, so dot warning, then we need to have with alpha. So alpha of what? 0.1, then you multiply by 255, then you do what? You round it. Okay, so like that. So then this one is complaining about this one. So we need to make sure that what? So before we do anything, we need to make sure that we put that one there, so that we won't have the issues, the error that is complaining here. So let us wait for it to do so. Okay, so that's why it's taking some time. So after we have done that, we do what? So let us wait for that one. So the most important it is one for the what? The remote data source, so that we'll be able to solve that issue. Okay, so that we'll be able to get the data from the backend. So that is what we need to do. So that is it. So we need first of all to clear that one, and also go to exit. Okay, so then we're gonna remain there. So what I'm gonna do, we need to do a hot restart. So let me minimize up to here, so we can do our so before we do the hot restart, so let us complete this one, then we're gonna use it, then we're gonna see what we have done. Okay, so we're gonna say border radius. So border radius, you're gonna say what? We're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. Okay, so border radius dot circular, then the value here gonna pass what? The up border radius. So up border radius. So up border radius dot what? Dot medium. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border. Okay, so the border here, so we're gonna say the border. So the border here to be border all. So border dot all. So border dot all, then you're gonna say color. So color, you're gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Up colors dot warning. So dot warning, then you're gonna say with alpha. So with alpha here, you're gonna say what? 0.3, then you multiply by 255, then you do what? You round it. You round it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to make sure that we have comma here, so that that one won't have that error. So let us first of all save this one. So then after doing that, now we need to do what? We need to have the child for our container. So the child here, so we want to be in a row. Okay, so here in the row we need to have the children. So the children here, we're gonna be what? So we're gonna start with an icon here. So we're gonna say icons dot what? Warning amber. So warning amber rounded. Okay, that one. Color, so color here, we're gonna say what? Color. So the color be what? Will be up colors. So we're gonna say color be up colors. So up colors dot what? So up colors dot warning dark, like that. So then from there we need to have the size of the icon. So the icon will be what? Be that 2. Okay, so that is it. No, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap. So sized box. So here we need to have a width. So the width, you're gonna say what? Up spacing. So up spacing dot what? Up spacing dot what? We're gonna use the medium. So like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the expanded. So the expanded to occupy that space is there. So this one will be a what? We're gonna pass it as a column, because we want them to be in the same column. So then here the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna set the cross axis alignment. So then the cross axis element with dot what? Dot start. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to have it is the children. So the children here will be what? We're gonna start with the text. So we're gonna say payment. So payment required. Okay, so payment required, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to style it. So to style it, we're gonna say up text styles. So up text. So up text styles. So up text styles dot what? Dot heading 4. So then from there we need to do what? We need to use the copy width. So copy width here, what we need to change it is the color. Okay, so the color here, we're gonna say up colors. So we're gonna say up colors dot what? So up colors dot warning dark. Okay, so warning dark, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, I'm gonna save this one. So then from there I'm gonna have this text. Okay, so we're gonna copy it. So then I'm gonna come below this one. So then we need to have a gap. So sized box. So sized box here. So sized box. So sized box here, we do what? So the first thing that we need to do it is the height. So the height here gonna use, it will be what? It will be 4. So then the next thing that we need to do, gonna paste that one there. So then, so this one, instead of payment required, we just need to pass what? Complete payment. Okay, so complete payment to confirm. So to confirm your what? your appointment. Okay, so your appointment like that. So then from there, instead of using heading 4, we need to use the body. Just use the body medium. Okay, so body medium there. So that is the case. So now we just need to use it in our what, in our screen. So in our details screen here, so we need to do what, so come here, so appointment details screen here. So then we need to uncomment this one. So then if it is not paid, so we just need to do what, we just need to call the payment what, the payment warning. Okay, so the amount here, we're gonna get it from the appointment. So appointment dot what, consultation fee. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to save that one. So then from there we need to do a hot restart, so that we'll be able to do what, to see whether we'll be able to load that data. Okay, so let us wait for it. So then from there, after we do that, the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna start working on the other parts. Okay, so let me bring it here so that we'll be able to see what we have built. Okay, so then, so what we need to do, gonna click here. So then from there, after doing that, so just need to click this one. Okay, so as you can see here, we have what, we have the part that I was saying, the header, and also that line here. So then from there we have what, we have the payment required. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So then also we did what, so that is the main part. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna remove this one first. So then we need to do what, we need to come to our interface here. Now we need to start working on this part for what, for the appointment information. So we need to start working on here. So let us come back to our code, and we do what, we start working on that one. So after we do that, now the next part, it is what, so here we're gonna say what, we need to say appointment information. So we're gonna say appointment information. So appointment information. So appointment information. So appointment information here. So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna use padding. So we're gonna use padding here. So then we need to have padding here, so it should be constant of what, edge. So edge insets dot what, edge insets dot all. Then we're gonna say up spacing. So up spacing here. So up spacing. So up spacing dot what, so up spacing dot extra large. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child for our padding, so it should be column. Okay, so will be column. Then from there we need to have what, cross axis alignment. So this one will be what, cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here, what, the first one that we're gonna have, it is the section header. So section header. So section header. So section header like this. So the title here, gonna say what, it is the appointment what, appointment information. Okay, so information. So appointment information, and also we need to have the icon. So the icon, we're gonna say icons dot, so icons dot info outline. Okay, so info outline, so like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap here. So we're gonna say constant of what, sized box. So sized box, then we're gonna have the height. So the height will be what, up spacing. So up spacing dot large. Okay, so that is it. Now we need also to have what, we need to have the comma here, so that one won't have that error. So then the next thing that we need to do, so for every part we need to have what, so we need to create a widget that will be responsible for handling those parts. So which we're gonna call the info tile. So the info tile here, so we need to come to our what, so the common widgets. Okay, so that we'll be able to create the info tile. Okay, so just come here. So in our common widgets here, so we do what, just come below that one. So then we're gonna come here and we say what, it will be a stateless class, so stateless widget here, so like this. Then we're gonna name it what, info tile, so info tile here. So then after we do that, we need to pass some few variables here. So we're gonna say final icon data, so icon data, so we're gonna name it icon. So then from there, we're gonna say final string, so final string, then we're gonna say title, like that. And also we're gonna say what, final string, then we're gonna say value. And also we're gonna have the final color, so the color here we're gonna do what, the value color, okay, like that. So then from there, so we need to do what, we need to pass this one to the constructor here, so initialize them, okay, so like that. So now after we do that, now the next thing that we're gonna do here in the build method, so we need to have what, we want to use padding. So then here we need to have what, the padding. So this one will be constant of what, edge insets, so edge insets dot what, edge insets dot only, so only the bottom side, okay. So we're gonna say bottom, so we're gonna say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, so up spacing dot large, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child, so the child here to be a row because they are in the same row. So now we need to have the cross axis alignment, so the cross axis alignment dot what, we want to start, okay, so like that. Then the next thing that we're gonna have, it is the children, okay, so the children, like that. So now the first one that we need to have, it is a container, so we're gonna say container. So the container here, what we need to start, it is the padding. So padding here will be what, constant of what, edge insets, so edge insets dot what, edge insets dot all, okay. So then we're gonna say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, dot small. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a decoration of our container, so we're gonna use the box decoration. So box decoration here, what we need to have, it is the color, so the color will be what, up colors dot what, so we're gonna say up colors dot, so up colors dot primary, so dot with alpha, so alpha here gonna say what, so alpha here gonna say 0.1, then you multiply by 255, then you do what, you round it, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the, we need to have what, we need to have the border radius, so border radius, you're gonna say border radius dot what, circular, okay. So we're gonna say border radius dot, so border radius dot circle, okay. So then you're gonna say what, up radius, so up border radius, so up border radius dot small, okay. So that is it. So now after that, we need to have what, we need to have the child, okay. So the child here to be an icon, so we're gonna say icon, so we're gonna pass the icon that will be passed here, so icon there. Then also we need to have the size, so the size will be what, 20, and also the color, so the color of our icon will be what, up colors dot, so up colors dot primary, okay. So that is it. So let me save it, so it looks like that, okay. So that is the part for the icon. So then the next one, we need to have a gap first, so sized box, so this one will be a width, so the width will be what, up spacing, so up spacing dot what, dot large, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the expanded, so expanded here, so expanded, then here we're gonna have a column, so we're gonna have a column here. So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna have the cross axis alignment, so we're gonna say cross axis alignment dot what, so cross axis alignment dot start, okay. So like that. Then from there we need to have the child, so the child here, the children. So the first one, we're gonna have the text, so this one will be the title, okay. Then we need to style it, so to style it, you just need to use the up text style, so up text, so up text styles, so up text styles dot what, dot body, so dot body small, okay, like that. So then from there we need also to have a gap between them, so we're gonna say what, so we need to have a comma, then we're gonna have what, gonna have the constant, so constant of what, sized box, so sized box like this. Then we do what, so here we need to have the height, so the height we're gonna have value of 4. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what, we need to have the text. So the text here to be what, we're gonna pass the value, then from there we need to style it. So we're gonna say style. So style here gonna say what, app text styles. So app text styles. So app text styles dot what, dot body medium. So body medium dot copy width. So dot copy width, then we're gonna pass what, font weight. So font weight. So font weight, we're gonna say font weight dot what, so font weight dot weight of 500. Okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna have the color. So the color gonna pass the value color. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to make sure that this one is styled. So just need to pass it there, then like that. Okay, so let me save this one. So make sure that yours also look like that one. Okay, so that is the part for the info tile. Okay, so then after we do that, now we need to use it in our details. So just come here. So where are we? Here in our details screen. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to call it, we're gonna say info. So the info tile. Okay, so the info tile here for the icon here, the first one, you're gonna say icons.calendar today. So calendar today. Okay, so then the title. So the title here to be what, you're gonna say the date, like that. Then for the value, so the value gonna say update. So update utils. So update utils. So let us see. So we need to create the update utils. So do we have it? So up gonna come to our utils. So in our utils here, did we create the update utils? So we didn't create, so we need to create that one. So the one that will be responsible for converting that one date to what, to something that is, that looks well. Okay, so it will be, we're gonna name it date utils. So just come here and we do what, so we're gonna do date utils. Okay, so date utils dot dat. Okay, so what you need to do first of all, so we need to have the, so this one will be the class. So we're gonna say class. So up what, update utils. Okay, utils. So this one we're gonna come here. So the first one that we want is the one that gonna do what, we need to format along. Okay, so this one we just say static. So this one we just format a date as what, as Monday date, January maybe 23rd, like that. Okay, so we're gonna say static. So let me first of all have a comment here. So we're gonna say what, so currently you can say format date. So format date as what, so we're gonna say like today is Sunday. So Sunday, then you can have that comma, then you're gonna have what, so 16th, gonna say 16th November, not 16, you're gonna say November 16th. Okay, so November 16th 2025. Okay, so like that. So then here gonna say static. So static string. So this one just format. So static string here gonna name it what, format. So format long. Okay, so then we're gonna say date time. So this one will just accept date time, so that date. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the until. So we're gonna say return, gonna just return the date format. Okay, so date format. So this one comes from the until. So then here we need to pass what, we need to have the format. So it will be EEE. Then we're gonna have what, we're gonna have comma. So then we're gonna have the month. Okay, so then also we're gonna have the DD. Then we're gonna have comma. Then we're gonna have YYY, like that. Then we need to format our, gonna say format. So then we pass the date there. Okay, so that is it. So like that. So now we need to come back to our appointment screen. So then we need to do what, to import it here. Okay, so update it is, then we import it here, then we pass what, we say format, so appointment, then we're gonna say format what, format long, okay, format long there, then the date you're gonna get what, the appointment, so the appointment dot scheduled date, okay, so that is it. So let me save that one, so like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the next info tile, so we're gonna say info tile, so the info tile here, so the icon here gonna say icons dot what, access time, so we're gonna say access time, so access time like that. So then the title, so the title here it is the what, gonna say time, okay, so we're gonna say time. So then the value gonna get it from the what, appointment, so from the appointment, then we're gonna do what, we're gonna get the scheduled time, okay, so that is it. So then we're gonna save that one. So then the next one, it is what, we're gonna have the part for the, gonna say info tile, so info tile here, so this one will be what, icons dot, so icons dot video cam, not video cam, so this one will be the timer, so icons dot timer. So then the title here, so the title here to be duration, so duration, and then the value, so the value gonna pass here as a string, so then we need to do what, we need to get it, so we're gonna say appointment, so appointment dot what, duration, so duration minutes, then we need to do what, we need to say minutes, okay, like that. So that is it. So now the next one that we need to do, we need to have the info tile also again, so info tile, so the info tile here, so now we need to have the icons dot video cam, so icons dot video cam, so video cam like that. So then for the title, so the title will be what, will be type, okay, so then the value gonna get it like appointment, so appointment, so appointment dot what, appointment type display, okay, like that. Then we're gonna save it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here just below this one, and also we're gonna have what, again info tile, so info tile, so info tile here gonna have the icon, so we're gonna say icons dot what, icons dot medical, so medical services, okay. So then for the title, so the title here it is what, the reason, and then for the value I'm gonna say appointment, so appointment dot what, reason for visit, okay, so that is it. So now the next one that we need to do, we're gonna save that one. So now the next one that we need to have, it is what, we're gonna still have the info tile, so the info tile here, so this one we're gonna have the icons, so icons dot what, dot attach money, so attach money, so attach money there. So then from there we need to do what, for the title we're gonna say consultation fee, so consultation fee like that. Then the value we're gonna say what, we're gonna say USD, so USD, so we're gonna say USD here, then we're gonna pass what, we're gonna pass it like this. Then we're gonna say appointment, so appointment here, so appointment dot what, consultation fee, so consultation fee dot, we need to convert it to string as fixed, okay, so as to string as fixed, then we're gonna have a value of what, 2, okay. So then we're gonna save that one. So now the next one that we need to have here, gonna say the info tile, okay, so the info tile here, so this one will be the payment status, so this one gonna say icons, so icons dot what, dot payment, okay, so dot payment. Then the title, so the title here to be what, it will be the payment status, so payment status like that. Then for the value we're gonna say appointment, so appointment dot what, appointment dot payment status, okay. So then we're gonna say to uppercase, we need to convert it to uppercase like that, so that is the value. Then also we need to have the value color, so that we'll be able to change the color, so the value color, so this one will be appointment, we're gonna check if it is paid, so if appointment dot is paid, Is it paid? If it is paid, if it is true, just use the app colors dot what. So we're gonna say app colors. So we're gonna say app colors dot what, app colors. So app colors dot success. Okay, so then else we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot warning. Okay, like that. So now we need to save this one, and we do what, now we need to do a hot reload. So then we're gonna bring it so that we're gonna be able to see what we have done. Okay, so currently it looks like that. So you can see that we have the details there, and also the payment status, like that. Okay, so the info tile, we have this one, this row, then we have this first item, so the first child, and also we have the what, these two in the what, in the same column. Okay, so that is it. So that's what we have done there. So after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what, we need to, let us come here. So the next thing that we need to do, it is just now to have what, so let us come and we see what we have in the design. So let us check. So after that, so we have that part for the cancellation reason and others. Okay, and other buttons. So we need to have a divider. So you can see here we have our divider, so we need to work on that one. So let us come back here and we do what, so remember it is there outside what, so that one was the part for what, so that one was the column for information. So then from there we need to make sure that we're still in the column. So here you need to have what, gonna have a constant of what, divider. Okay, so divider, so divider like this. So then the height, so then from there we need to do what, so we need to have the part for the notes section. Okay, so we're gonna say that we're gonna have them, so let us work on it. So now for that part, so after that one, so we need to have a method here, so the one that gonna build the actions. Okay, so the actions here, then we're gonna pass the context, so context. Okay, so then from there you're gonna have what, so here in the context, and also you're gonna pass what, the appointment. Okay, so the appointment like that. So we need to work on that method, so just need to come below this one. So we're gonna say what, we're gonna say widget. Okay, so widget here, we're gonna say what, build actions. So build actions, so build actions, then we're gonna have the build context, so we're gonna name it context, and also the appointment, so appointment like this, then we're gonna name it what, appointment. Okay, so appointment like that. So now, so here we need to return padding. Okay, so we need to return padding here. So then we're gonna have the constant of what, edge insets, so edge insets dot all. Okay, so dot all, then we're gonna say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, so up spacing dot xl. Okay, so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, so first of all we need to have what, we need to have the semicolon here. So then the next thing that we need to do here, we need to have the child. Okay, so the child here, we're gonna have the column, so the column, then we need to do what, we need to have the children. Okay, so the children. Okay, so then the first one that we need to have, it is the payment button. So payment, gonna say payment button like that. Okay, so we're gonna say if it is not, if the appointment it's not paid, so it's not, if it is not paid here, and the appointment and the appoint, so appointment dot status, so appointment dot status. So if the appointment dot status dot, so dot status here, so if it's not equal to null, not, it's not equal to consultant, not consultant, cancelled. Okay, so if it is not cancelled, we just need to show that payment button. Okay, so just come here, we need to create the payment button, the one that will be responsible for what, for payment. Okay, so that is the button that we need to create. Okay, so we just need to come here, so this one we're gonna come here and we're gonna have what, as a stateless widget. So we're gonna say st, then we're gonna say payment button. So payment button, so payment button like that. So then from there, so we need first of all to have what? So we're gonna say final. So final double. So double. So the double here will be what? Amount. So then from there, the next thing it is what? Final. So final string. So final string appointment ID. So appointment ID. So appointment ID like that. Okay. So now we need to do what? We need to pass them to our constructor here. So we just need to pass them here. Okay. So then also you need to remove the super key like that. Okay. So let me save this one. So then after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here for here in the container. So I don't want to use container, I'm gonna use sized box. So sized box. Then from there we need to have what? So we need to have the width. So the width, I wanted to occupy the width that is there. So we're gonna say double. So double dot infinity. Okay. So then the next thing that we need to have it is the height. So the height here to be what? I'm gonna have a height of 56. Okay. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So the child here it is what? Elevated button. So elevated button dot what? Dot icon. Okay. So then if it is pressed here, so we're gonna do what? So this one we need to return. So we're gonna say context. So context, gonna say context dot what? Push named. Okay. So then here for the name, so this one we're gonna create. So what I'm gonna do, so that we're gonna have the, so we're gonna say uproute names. So uproute names, this one. So we're gonna say dot, we can say dot what? Dot payment. Okay. So we need to create this one so that we'll have easier time to do so. Okay. So instead of coming and to look where it is, so we just need to pass it here. So first of all, we just need to come here to the names. So we can just have just below this one. So this one I'm gonna just have what? Payment. Okay. So we're gonna say payment. So then after we do that, now the next thing that we're gonna say static. So static constant of what? String. So static constant of string, then you're gonna name it payment. So is equals to what? Gonna say payment here. So payment. So payment like that. Okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our what? So to our screen here. So then we have the payment there. So then also we need to do what? We need to make sure that we pass what? The path parameters. So the path parameters that we need to pass here is what? The up what? So appointment. So appointment dot what? Appointment ID. Okay. So we're gonna pass that one as a what? As a parameter. So make sure that like this, then we're gonna say appointment. So appointment ID. So appointment ID there. Then for the label, so here for the label to be a text. Okay. So text, you're gonna say pay now, not like this. So we're gonna say pay now. So pay now. So we're gonna say USD. So USD. So this one we need to have what? We need to have a hyphen here. So then the USD that we need to pass here, gonna get it from what? From the amount. Okay. So we're gonna say amount dot what? To string. So to string as fixed, then you're gonna have a value of 2 there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to style our text. So we're gonna say style. So the style here, gonna say what? To be a constant of what? Text style. So constant of text style. Then you're gonna have the font size. So the font size here, So this one will be what? We're gonna say value of 16, and then also we're gonna have the font weight. So font weight, so the font weight here going to be what? It will be bold. So font weight dot what? Bold. Okay, so let me save this one. So where do we have the error, so that we'll be able to do it? So first of all, we need to call that method here. So we're gonna say build what? So we have said the payment button, this one. So the amount we're gonna get it from the appointment dot what? Consultation fee. So then for the appointment ID, we're gonna get it from the what? Appointment, then we get the ID. Okay, so like that. So the appointment ID like that. So after we do that, now we can work on our button here. So then after we say bold, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? So after we have the label, so now we need to have the icon. So the icon here, it will be what? When I say constant of what? Icon. So the icon, it will be the icons dot what? Icons dot payment. Okay, icons dot payment like that. Then the size, it will be 24 like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the style. So the style here to be what? Elevated button. So elevated button here. So elevated button dot what? Dot style from. Okay, so style from. Then we're gonna say the background color. So the background color, so is equals to what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Success. Okay, so like that. Then from there, gonna have the foreground color. So the foreground color, you're gonna say colors dot white. So colors dot white like that. And also we need to have what? We need to have the elevation. We need to have it elevated a bit like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to save this one, and then we do it like that. Okay, so that is the button for what? For the payment. Okay, so the one that will be responsible for making the payments. So then the next one that we need to do, after we do that, now we need to do what? So the next one, we need to come here, so just below this one. So then we need to have what? To start the consultation. Okay, so start consultation button. Okay, so consultation button, so consultation button here. So what we need to do here, we need to say if the appointment, so if the appointment here, if the appointment can start call. Okay, so if it can start a call, and we do what? And appointment. So and appointment dot what? Is paid. If the appointment is paid here, so just need to use the spread operator to add it. So just come here and we do what? So here we need to check if the appointment is not paid. So if the appointment here, so if the appointment dot appointment dot what? So if the appointment dot is paid, so if it is not paid here, we just need to return what? A constant. First of all, we need to have a gap. So constant of what? Sized box. So sized box here. So we need to have a height. So the height that we need to have here, so we're gonna say the height. So the height we're gonna have what? Gonna say up spacing dot what? Up spacing dot medium. Okay, like that. So this one is medium, not ME. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a sized box. So we're gonna say sized box. So sized box here. So here we're gonna say what? So here we need to have a width. So width, we want it to occupy the available width. So we're gonna say double dot what? So we're gonna say double. So double dot infinity. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to have it is the height of our button. So this one will just be 50. So then the next thing that we need to it is to what? We need to have the child. Okay, so the child here to be elevated button. So elevated button. So elevated button dot icon. Okay, that one. So then on pressed. So this on pressed, we just need to start what? Just need to say context. Okay, so context dot read, so dot read, then dot read, then we need to say what, appointment block. So appointment, so we're gonna say appointment block like that. Then we do what, then we need to add, okay, so we need to add the event, okay, the event for starting the call. Okay, so we're gonna say start appointment. Okay, so start appointment here, event. So then the appointment ID, we're gonna get it from the appointment. So we're gonna say appoint, so appointment dot what, so we're gonna say appointment, so appointment dot, we're gonna say dot ID like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in the label. So the label here to be a constant of what, text. So the text here gonna say what, gonna say start, so start consultation. Okay, so consultation, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the icon. So the icon here, so it will be what, constant of what, icons, so constant of icon. So then you're gonna say icons dot what, video cam, so video cam like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, this one should be capital, so we need to make sure that this is capital like that. So then after that we need to have what, we need to have the style on. Okay, so the one that we're gonna style our button, so we're gonna say elevated button, so elevated button dot what, dot style from. So then from there you're gonna say background, so background color, so this one will be up colors dot what, gonna say up colors, so up colors dot, so up colors dot primary like that. Then from there we need to have what, the foreground, so the foreground color, so the foreground color to be what, colors dot, so colors dot white. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one. So that is the one, the to start the what, to start the call. Okay, so then from there we need to come out of this one, so out of that one. So then the next thing we need to do, it is to confirm the appointment. Okay, so it should be done by what, by the consultant. Okay, so we're gonna say confirm appointment, so we're gonna say confirm appointment here, so appointment, so appointment like this. So here we need to do what, we need to say if the appointment, so if the appointment dot confirm, so appoint, so appointment, so if the appointment dot can confirm, so if can confirm, so can confirm like this. So we need to use the spread operator to add it. So we're gonna do what, so here what we need to do, we need to have a gap first, so constant of sized box. So then we need to have the height, so the height here will be what, gonna say up spacing, so up spacing dot what, dot medium. Okay, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on the action button, the one that will be responsible for what, for that action. Okay, so we need to create, because we want to use it in multiple places, that button. So we need to create a what, a widget that is responsible for that. Okay, so just need to come just outside this one, so outside our main widget. So this one will be what, a stateless widget, so you can say stateless widget. So this one we're gonna name it what, gonna name it underscore, so then the action, so the action what, action button. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to do what, so we're gonna say final, so final icon data, so icon data, so icon data, we're gonna name it icon. So then from there you're gonna say final, so final string label, so final string label like that. Then from there final void callback, so the void callback, so the void callback, then you're gonna say on what, on pressed like that. Then you're gonna say what, final color, so the final color here, so final color, then you're gonna name it what, color like that. So then you're gonna say final bool, so final bool here is what, is outlined, so is outlined like this, so like that. Okay, so then we need to pass them to our constructor here, So just do what, just initialize them there. So then from there I'm gonna save this one, and I'm gonna remove this one, and also we do what, so this color, this optional isn't given, try, okay, so void color there, so that is okay. So now the next thing that we need to do, so here for is outline, so just need to remove that one, and I'm gonna have a default, so the default here to be what, to be false, okay, so like that. So then after we do that, now we need to do what, we need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the button color, so the final button color, so button color, so button color is equals to what, is equals to the color that is passed. If it is not, just need to have app colors dot what, so app colors dot, so app colors dot primary, okay, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need now to work on this. So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna say sized box, okay, so sized box, like that. So then the width, as usual, we need to do what, so the width here, so the width here, it is what, we're gonna say double dot infinity, okay, so just to occupy the available width. So then from there we need to have the height, so the height here we're gonna pass a value of 50, that is the height that we want. So then from there we need to have the child, so the child, first of all, need to check if it is outlined. So if it is outlined, so if it is outlined, so this one we should rename it to outlined, so that we'll be able to know what you are saying. So we need to pass that D there, okay, so like that. So if it is outlined here, so if it is true, so just need to do what, we're gonna use the outline button, so we're gonna say outline button, so gonna use the outline button dot what, outlined button dot icon, like that. So on pressed, we're gonna pass our on pressed there. So then for the label, so the label here to be what, it will be a text, then we're gonna pass that label that is passed there. And also for the icon, so the icon to be what, to be the icon that will be passed there, okay, so we're gonna say the icon, so the icon will be what, be the icon, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the style of our button. So this one we're gonna say outlined, so outlined, so outlined button, so outlined button, so outlined button dot what, dot style from, okay. So this one we're gonna have the foreground color, so the foreground color here to be what, our button color, okay, so the button color, and also the side, so the side of our button, so we're gonna say border side, okay, so we're gonna say border side dot what, so then we need to say the color, so the color of our border, it will be what, to be button, to be button color, okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to do what, so if it is not, so if it is not outlined, so just use the elevated button, so I'll say elevated button, so elevated button dot what, dot icon, like that. So on pressed there, the label to be a text, okay, so text of what, of that label, like that. Then the next one, it is what, we need to have the icon, so the icon here will be what, icon, so icon, then we're gonna pass the icon there, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the style, so the style here, so the style here to be what, it will be elevated button, so elevated button, so elevated button dot what, dot style from, okay. So the background color, so the background color to the background color, our background color to be what, our button color, okay, so the button color. So then also the foreground color, so the foreground color here to be what, to be colors dot white, okay, colors dot white, like that. So let me save it like that. So then after we do that, now we can use it comfortably in our what, in our widget here. So we need to come here and we do what, so can confirm, so we need to have what, so the appointment can confirm. So we're gonna pass our action, so our action button, that one. So for the icon here, we're gonna say icons dot, so icons dot check, okay, so check circle, so check circle. Then from there we need to have what, the label, so the label we're gonna say confirm, so we're gonna put capital, so we're gonna say confirm, so confirm like this, so confirm appointment, okay, so appointment, so appointment like that. So then the on pressed, so if it is pressed here, we just need to do it, we need to have to show dialog, so show confirm dialog, okay, so we need to create this one, the one that will be responsible for showing that confirm dialog, okay, show confirm dialog like that. So then what we're gonna do here, so this one we're gonna pass what, we need to have the context, and also we're gonna have the appointment, okay, because we are going to confirm it like that. So then after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the color, so the color of our what, of our button, so it should be what, app colors dot, so app colors dot primary, that is it. So let me save that one. So now we need to come here, so we need to create what, that method for confirming dialog. So now for the show the confirm dialog, so we're gonna say void, so then we're gonna say show confirm, so confirm dialog, so dialog like that. So this one will accept what, build context, so because of removing that one, popping the our dialog, okay. So then we can have the appointment, so the appointment, so appointment like this, gonna name it appointment like that, okay. So then after we do that, so we need to come here and you do what, so the thing that we need to return here, gonna say show what, show dialog, okay, show dialog like this. So the context, you're gonna pass the context, and then the builder, so the builder here you need to have the dialog context, so that we'll be able to do what, dialog to distinguish the main, so dialog context, okay. So we're gonna name it like that, so dialog. So then, so we need to return what, alert dialog, okay, so alert dialog, that one. So then, so first of all let us put semicolon there. So then here what we need to do, we need to have the title, so the title of our alert dialog, so we're gonna say what, constant of what, text, so text you're gonna say what, confirm, so we're gonna say confirm, so confirm what, confirm appointment, okay, so confirm appointment, so confirm appointment like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the content, so the content here, so the content to be what, constant of what, text. So then for there we're gonna say what, are you sure, so are you sure you want what, you want to confirm, so you want to confirm this appointment, okay. So we're gonna say, are you sure you want to confirm this appointment, are you sure you want to confirm this appointment. So then from there we need to have the actions, so either to cancel it or to accept. So we're gonna say actions, are you sure you want, not here, it's supposed to be outside the text, so we need to say actions. So the actions here, it's a list, so the first one you need to have what, the one to cancel, so we're gonna say text button, so on pressed here we just need to pop, okay, so just need to remove that one, so the dialog, so navigator dot what, dot pop, okay. So then we pass what, so then we pass the context there. So then the next, not the context, this one should be the dialog context, okay. So we're gonna say dialog context, so I'm gonna remove that dialog. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have the child, so the child here to be what, constant of what, text, so text widget, So we're gonna say text. So text here, gonna say what? Cancel. Okay, gonna say cancel. So cancel like that, not like this. So cancel like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna have the elevated button, the other part. So the elevated button. So elevated button. Okay, so the elevated button. So when it is pressed here, so first of all you need to pop that dialog. So we're gonna say navigator. So we're gonna say navigator dot what? So navigator dot pop. So dot pop, then we're gonna do what? Gonna do it like that. So instead of context here, we need to make sure that we use the one that is used for dialog. So like that, so that we're gonna be able to remove what? Our dialog. Okay, so then from there we just need to context. So we just need to do what? To pass our event here. Okay, so we're gonna say appointment. So we're gonna say appointment. So appointment block like that. Then we need to do what? We need to add. So we're gonna say dot add. So then we're gonna say what? Confirm. So we're gonna say confirm appointment event. Okay, so then the appointment ID, we're gonna get it from the appointment. So the appointment, so we're gonna say appointment. Okay, so appointment dot what? ID. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to make sure that we put semicolon here, and then we come here to the child. So this one will be a constant of what? Text. So text, you're gonna say what? Confirm. Okay, so confirm like that. So that is it. So then we do it like what? Like that. Okay, so that is the main part. So now after we have done that, now we can be able to do it, to continue working on the other parts. So then we need to come here below. So this one is for the reschedule. So reschedule, even though this one you can apply here. So this one we implement. So we're gonna say if the appointment, if the appointment dot can update. Okay, so if it can update, so remember those getters that we created there in our entity. So if it can update, first of all need to have what? A gap. So sized box. So sized box dot what? So we're gonna have the height. So the height here to be what? Up spacing. So up spacing dot md. So the medium. So then the next one, it is what? We need to call our action. So our action button. Okay, so then for the icon, so we're gonna say icons dot what? Dot edit. Okay, so then for the label, so the label here to be what? Reschedule. So reschedule. So reschedule like that. So then from there on pressed, so when this one it is pressed here, we just need to do what? We need to navigate to edit. Okay, so we're gonna say navigate. So navigate. So navigate to what? Navigate to edit screen. Okay, so to edit screen. So we're gonna pass the context, and also we're gonna pass the appointment. Okay, so appointment there. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to say is outlined. So this one we're gonna say is outlined. I say is. So we need to make sure that we're still in the action. So yeah, so we're gonna say is outlined. So is outlined here, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to save this one, so that we'll be able to do what? To arrange like that. So this one to navigate to what? So to navigate to edit. So this one we're gonna, first of all, I want to implement this one first. So we're gonna say void. So this one, first of all, you can do it, just need to have the screen to edit. So we're gonna say navigate to edit. Okay, so navigate to edit screen. Okay, so this one gonna accept the build context. So build context, we're gonna name it context, and then we're gonna have the appointment. So appointment, then we're gonna do what? Gonna name it appointment. So we're gonna say appointment like that. So then what we need to do here, so I just need to show a dialog when it is pressed. Okay, so show dialog, show snack bar, not dialog. So we're gonna say reschedule, gonna say reschedule. So reschedule feature coming soon. Okay, feature, so feature coming what? Coming soon. Okay, so that is it. So then here we're gonna say what? App colors dot what? Gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? Dot info. Okay, so like that, then we put semicolon there. So that is the method for what? That one that we're gonna implement it later, but currently just leave it like that. Okay, so that we'll be able to be able to see it. So then the next one that we need to do, we need to have what? The one for canceling. Okay, so to cancel, so we're gonna say cancel. So cancel, so we're gonna say cancel like this. So this one we're gonna say if appointment, so if the appointment can cancel, if, so we're gonna say if appointment can cancel. So if appointment dot can cancel, so can cancel this one. So we're gonna do what? So we need to do what? We need now to pass it here. So we're gonna have the gap, so constant sized box. So sized box, that one, then we need to have the height. So the height here to be what? It will be up spacing. Gonna say up spacing. So up spacing. So up spacing dot what? Up spacing dot medium. Okay, so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the action button. So the action button here. So then here we need to have what? Icons dot cancel. So dot cancel. Then for the label here to be what? Cancel. So cancel appointment. Okay, so appointment. Okay, so then on pressed, so on pressed here we need to show the cancel dialog. Okay, so we're gonna say show cancel what? So show cancel dialog like this, like that. Okay, so dialog like this. Okay, so we're gonna pass the context, and also we're gonna pass what? The appointment. Okay, so the appointment like that. So then from there also we need to make sure that we have the color. So the color of our button, so the color of our button will be app colors dot what? So we need to have app colors dot error. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do is outline. Okay, so we're gonna set it to true, like that. So let me save this one first. So the this is appointment, so we're gonna say appoint. Okay, so appointment like that. So then the next thing that we need to do now, it is to create that method for canceling. So the one that gonna pop up when we are canceling. So this one we're gonna say what? We're gonna say void. So we're gonna say void here. So we're gonna say show cancel dialog, so dialog like this. So this one we're gonna accept the build context. So build context here. So the build context. So we're gonna say context. So then we're gonna have the appointment. So appointment. So we're gonna name it what? Appointment. Okay, so we're gonna say appointment like that. Okay, so that is it. So now first of all you need to have the reason controller. So first of all we're gonna say final reason controller. So reason controller. Okay, so reason controller here is equals to what? Text editing controller. Okay, because we want to have that one so that people will explain why they are doing so. Okay, so this one we're gonna say show dialog like this. So what we need to do, we're gonna have the context. So the context, then for the builder, so the builder here gonna say what? Gonna use the have the dialog context. So this one is good because we want to be able to pop up. Okay, so we won't have conflict and to know which one it is used where and why. Okay, so then we're gonna return what the alert dialog. So the alert dialog here. So now the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the title. So the title here, it will be a constant of what? Text. So text, we're gonna say cancel. So cancel appointment. Okay, so cancel appointment, like that. So then what we're gonna do after that, so the next thing that we need to have, it is the content. So we're gonna say content. So the content here, so widget, we just need to use the column because we want to put them in the column. So the column here, gonna say what? We're gonna say main access size. So main access size, then we're gonna say main access size dot what? Main access size dot minimum. Okay, so like that. Then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, that is we need to have the children. So the children here, we're gonna do what? We're gonna have the constant. So the constant of what? We need to have a constant of text. So the text here, gonna say what? We're gonna say please. So please provide. So please provide a reason. So provide a reason for cancellation. Okay, so for cancellation. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap. So we're gonna say a gap here. We're gonna say constant sized box. Okay, so sized box like this. So then we're gonna make sure that we have what? We need to have a height. So the height here, so the height here gonna pass what? Up spacing. So up spacing dot what? Up spacing dot large. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the text field. Okay, so the text field, like that. So the text field here, first of all, we need to have what? Controller, or even we can use what? We're gonna use our custom text field. Gonna say custom. So we're gonna say custom text field. So text field, so custom text field here. So for the controller, we pass our reason controller. So reason controller, and the label, so the label here will be what? We're gonna say reason for cancellation. Okay, so we're gonna say reason, so reason for cancellation. So for cancellation, so like that. Then first of all, need to put semicolon here, like that. Then from there we have what? We need to have the maximum lines. So the maximum lines here, so maximum lines, we just need to have what? 3. Okay, so then also this one should be text, not like that. So we just need to make sure that it looks like that. Then we need to do what? So we need to make sure that we do what? So cancel, so which is wrong in between this one and this one. So the cancel, so yeah, okay. So we need to copy this one, and then you come here and you paste it here. Okay, so that is it. So now we have worked on that part. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, so after we have done that, now the still in the alert dialog, so we need to come here below. So we need to do what? We need to have the actions. Okay, so the actions here, so the first one, it was what? Text button. So the one for closing that one, so we're gonna say text button. So on pressed, so on pressed, you just need to pop up. So just need say navigator. So navigator dot what? So navigator dot pop. Okay, so dot pop. So here pass what? The dialog context. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is for the child. So the child to be what? Constant of what? Text. So text, you're gonna say what? Close. Okay, so we're gonna say close, like that. So let me save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So we need to have what? The elevated button. So the elevated button. Okay, so the elevated button, so elevated button, this one. So on pressed here, first of all, you need to do what? First of all, you need to pop. So we're gonna say navigator. So first of all, you need to remove that one, that dialog. So navigator dot what? Dot pop. Okay, so then after we pop that one, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to to be able to call our event. Okay, so we're gonna say context dot read. So we're gonna say appointment block. So appointment block. So appointment block, this one. Then we need to add what? So just need to add that event. So the event that we're gonna use to cancel what? So we're gonna say cancel appointment. So then, so the appointment ID, we're gonna get it from the what? From the appointment itself. So appointment.id, and also the cancellation reason, we're gonna get it from the controller. So we're gonna say reason controller. So reason controller dot what? We need to get the text. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to put what? Semicolon there. Then from there we have the child. So the child here is what? Constant of what? Text. So text, you're gonna say what? Cancel. So cancel appointment. Okay, so cancel appointment. Okay, so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do it is to style our button. So just need to style it here. We're gonna say elevated button. So elevated button dot what? So elevated button dot style from. So then from there we're gonna say what? We're gonna have the background color. So the background color, so this one will be what? App colors. So app colors dot what? Dot error. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to move the child to the what? To the end of the list. So just come, you hover above this one, and then you move it to the end of what? Of the arguments. Okay, so that is it. So like that. Okay, so now we can just do a hot reload so that we'll be able to see what we have done and try to do some things there. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let me grab it so that we'll be able to see. So now it looks like this. So then, so as you can see, this one you pay USD, that one confirm appointment, reschedule. When you can do this one as a patient, it won't work. Okay, it will just give you an error. So access denied. Okay, so that is it. So even though we need to be able to do what? To handle those things, so we need to make sure that we are able to do what? So we need to come back here. So then we do what? So if we want to cancel the appointment, so the reason for cancelling, can say I am not available. Not available, available, like that. Then we can do what? Can cancel it. You can see the appointment has been cancelled. Okay, so we need to make sure that we pop that one. So as you can see, this one appointment, it is cancelled. Okay, so like that. So we can't show anything here. Okay, because it is cancelled, so it can't be even edited. So also you need to manage the state there. So even now, if you come here and you do what? You select the cancelled, you just see the cancelled. Okay, so even if you can just do what? Select here also, it will just show that one. So that is what we have been building there. So now after we do that, now we'll be able to do what? Now we are ready to go to the payment. So then the moment you're gonna handle the payment, now we can be able to do what? We can be able to do now the video calls and the audio calls, where we're gonna use the WebSockets and WebRTC for that purpose. Okay, so now, so we need now to go to, so we need to go to the backend to handle the payment, where we're gonna integrate with the Stripe, and then we're gonna learn how to manage the wallet. You're gonna be able to do the payments and other things in your application. Okay, so keep learning, keep enjoying. Okay, so let us go and meet in that part. Okay.